Good morning, everybody. All right. Whew. I don't know if you guys got my message about being late. I forgot to tag everyone, but I may have to walk away again at some point. But I'll let you know. It'll be for like 10, 15 minutes again. Fucking heat in my apartment is off. Ugh. Fortunately, it's a bit warmer today. All right. Let's see if we got any change in the camera here. It's not just my apartment. I think it's like this whole side of my building. One of the boilers is out or something. They're trying to fix it. Can't afford heat bill. So New York City has steam heat. Well, at least this building does. Uh, there is no heat bill, so you don't like pay for that. It's just you just have radiators, and then like the whole building has like a boiler. Yeah, communist heating. Exactly. All right. Still a little bit of call side interest at 70 here. Man, WeBull did something with their fucking right side scrolling on their charts, and it's just the fucking worst. You have to like move it so much just to zoom a little bit. All right, Tesla doing bounces. Oh, it seems to be over now. Nice. Do they have earnings today? Hmm. Tomorrow. Oh shit. Sorry. I thought I unmuted the Discord. I don't want to take my hands out of my pockets. Okay. Well, had a boiler. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Poor Guac lost all his money on zero DTEs. Not yet. Um Electric space heaters, 40 at Costco. Always have a couple just in case. Hmm. Uh I think they're against like the safety code in the building, but I just opened my oven. Here's $3 to go towards your heat bill. Thank you, Diaz Knuts. Can you order a space heater from one of those 2-hour delivery services? Isn't that why you live in the big city? I could, but they said they'd have it picked up in like an hour, or fixed up in like an hour. Yeah, I just turned my oven on before I came on the stream, which means a cat might end up in here at some point today because I have the door open. Cut my calls on my straddle for profit now, or just waiting for puts to be green. Wait, did you cut the call side in the pre-market? I got out of a little bit of it in the pre-market, but I couldn't. It doesn't look like I sold the last 10 of the contracts, so I'm waiting on those. And then any price below 48.50, and I can close the puts. 48, 45, yeah, 45, 44. You take a look at Neo. What are your thoughts now with China stimulus? So the options chain on it was starting to look like shit again after the expiration. It's still kind of looks like shit. Uh, I don't think anyone's gonna. Well, first of all, $280 billion is not a lot of money, and second of all, it hasn't been given to anybody yet, right? Lastly, it's kind of a last ditch effort for China. If they if they fuck it up and it doesn't create a floor, their market's gonna keep coming down. It's a dangerous game to play, trying to float the market like that. The cat should be on your shoulder for the entire stream. I'm sure it will bump viewership. Gross. More people. Thanks for mentioning Piton yesterday. I made 30% on some calls overnight. You're welcome. I have a strong feeling that SPX isn't gonna do fuck all today. Options interest is kind of pinning us to 48.50. There are a few more puts at the money than there were yesterday. There's still some out of the money call interest above Vega neutral, but it's above Vega neutral, so that's still gonna be a problem. Nuke. Here's another $3 to the heat. You can light these dollar bills on fire or convert to 300 pennies, heat in the oven, and hold them in your pockets. I'm gonna bake them and then wrap them in socks and create like a little penny, like a penny heater. And I'll put it under my toes. I don't actually have any coins in my house. That would be useful. Bludgeon? It's a bludgeon. Well, that too. But I also have options as a strategic investment in case anybody tries to get frisky and break in. If we ever have a cult compound, we should definitely have options as a strategic investment self-defense courses. Not because it's actually useful, but because the YouTube videos would be hysterical. Every year for Christmas, my wife buys me annually minted coins from the Fed. Is it because you're really into coin collecting, or does she hate you? The course, throw the fucking book at their head. It's surprisingly effective. That's a lot of mass, you know? How are you liking the less weapon-like book by the Sheldon guy? Nattenberg? I mean, I haven't read it in fucking 6 years, but it's a good book. 5 years. Is Upstart done covering? I have no fucking clue. I haven't looked at it this morning at all. Rejected on 36. Is Nvidia coming down? That should tell you a lot. Yeah, yeah, Nvidia's coming down. Yeah, let me see where DN is for Upstart today. Give me a second. You look good today. It's the freezing cold. It's really firming up the skin. I hope you're having a good start to the week. It's not the worst one yet. So, thank you, Jax the Ripper. I hope you are too. All right, so GN at 34, DN at 30. Watch for bounces off of delta neutral at 34.41. That'd be where I'd look for support. If markets start dropping, maybe back off. Upstart is very illiquid, and delta, dealer side delta, has yet to turn positive on it. And so if it gets rug pulled, it can rug pull very, very quickly. Did I cut my down bear put spread on Netflix since earnings IV has it up, or risk it for maybe bad earnings? Hmm. You've been underwater in those for some time, right? I feel like if you have an exit, then you should at least reposition because those weren't in a very good spot, right? Why go to the desert when you can go to the dessert? Huh. Video 1, how to protect a portfolio. Scene, someone reaches for your folder with portfolio written on it. You hit them with the book. Options as strategic investments should be placed around the compound strategically so that cultists have options if super stunk and fades. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there any opportunity to make money literally anywhere today? Because it doesn't look like it. I mean, I guess you could have shorted Tesla at 215 there if you weren't already short Tesla. Is PayPal done running? I don't know. Hold on. Up a little bit more still this morning. The initial surge of excitement seems to have died down. Let me look at the Greeks. I kind of tapped Gamma Max. Delta neutral is at 56. Gamma Max is at 70. Call side interest kind of flattened out yesterday, and Charm flipped a little bit negative. So yeah, it's possible that it's done running. Someone's shorting the vol on it. I can tell you that much. Is there rug pull potential over DWAC, or is that exclusively a regards play? No positions here. Every time people have played DWAC in the past, they've lost giant fucking stacks of money. It's pretty erratic and it tends to move a lot overnight. You also have the like liquidation risk in SPACs, so you can get blown up pretty quickly. I probably wouldn't, if I traded it, I wouldn't keep anything overnight. Yeah, 75.50. I'm down 30%. Wait, I thought you just said you were up. Or they're just up a little bit from where they were. Yeah, that's fine, Thunder. I don't think my opinion's going to change much. Long IWM into this morning was great. Did it spike it open? Yeah, yeah. IWM is just like an easy way to get exposure to like the whole short basket, right? Or most of the short basket. You don't have to play individual tickers. You could have bought save. I'm sorry. Again, Bobatron. Everyone feels bad for you. You play with Tesla earnings, or does it not matter? I don't know. It matters. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to play it or not. I might exit some positioning and then maybe keep a little. I don't think their earnings are going to be that bad, though. I know car sales were up going into December. Although BYD outperformed them in China, which might be significant. I think my Feb 16 $3 Fubo call will go in the money. Fubo was looking pretty good yesterday. It's at 287 now. There's actually a little bit of covering going on still. Maybe. Your chances should be pretty decent. Usually when it breaks above 264, it taps $3. It usually clears that whole range. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Just keep an eye on Russell. If Russell starts to turn down hard, that could fuck you. No chance we escape 48.55. It's so there is, but there's not a lot of interest to the upside. So there's a little bit of call interest at 60, 65, 70. And then it kind of falls off a little bit, and you got like 75, 80. But there's some put walls between 48.50 and 60 that could slow down upside momentum. And there's just not a lot of calls at like 60 and 65. So the big piles of upside interest are not as strong as they were yesterday. And above 50, you're the market makers net negative, or net positive, I guess. They're long Vega, which makes it really hard to sell puts. Japan did a can kick as expected, yeah. My position gave me back some rations today. Okay, that's not too. That's good. Likely already seen all of the price movement for the day on SPX. Consolidation into end of day now. I'm sure things can change. We actually have some. There's some more data coming out today. We've got a 2-year auction, right? At 1 o'clock. Yeah, we got a 2-year auction at 1 o'clock. Redbook came in a little bit stronger. But EU consumer confidence was down, and Richmond manufacturing got fucking hammered. Wow. That's not so great. Richmond services improved a little bit. Manufacturing shipments down, index down. Consumer confidence down in EU. German bonds didn't do too well. Yeah, so we actually have a 1 year at 11.30 and a 2 year at 1. I think the 2 year is going to be important today because if we get a tail on the 2 year, it's really going to set the stage for the longer duration we have later in the week. We have like a 2 year FRN and a 5 year tomorrow, and then I think we have a 7 year on Thursday before we get into PCE. So yeah, the two year could be pretty important, or possibly drive some volatility. I mentioned last night positioning further out on the chain is starting to pick up some, and it's hard for me to say this because it's been so long since I've seen anything remotely like it. But puts, like not the sold kind, which was interesting. Is Cat like bullish for a 295 test? Hmm. Wouldn't expect Cat to do very well today with the Richmond shit coming in so bad. Options chain on Cat doesn't look particularly great. That doesn't mean it can't test 295, but that's not a good look. It's at resistance right now, so I would say if this falls back below 290, probably not. This is your fault. You're the one that gave the market the idea to trade flat for an extended period of time so it can be bullish later. I'm sorry. Are daily condors safer than weekly ones in this market environment? No. Daily condors are definitely not safer than anything. They don't give you a lot of time to manage them, right? So I would say weekly condors would still be safer. You can also sell them further out of the money, but we're just very flat, and so there's an opportunity for daily condors because option interest is so crowded around like one or two strikes, like it was yesterday. Longer dated puts looks like it. Not a ton, but some, which is more than there's been. Can your cat become the stock version of Puxatani Phil? Uh, Baba being the black sheep and charging higher. Yeah, Baba bounced a little. I figured the news last night would drive some. Actually, um, it's back at risk. So there could be a play there. I'd rather go long on the trend, like here, which it gapped over, but it may not come back down and fill that. Oh, here, there. I feel like that would be a better entry, right? Maybe a rejection on the sold calls at 75, a small pullback, and then a better entry opportunity. Uh, I don't know why that's offset. Like, that's gonna drive me fucking nuts. Hold on. Transform. Ah! There, does that work? It's not as bad. Anyway, along that trend line. Vatican Trash Kid, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. It's been a while. Or never. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Oh, wait, there's no music. God damn it. No, you get your song again because I had it muted. I'm never leaving. I'm sorry. God damn it. How does one manage a condor specifically? Okay, so they're not very hard. You generally just close the short, like the losing credit position. Ideally in time before, you know, you hit the point at which you've sustained a loss. But I generally find that people do one of two things with condors. They'll either sell them at major strikes. So like, say where we're trading now, you would see somebody sell them at like 48.75, 48.25, right? This would be a really common condor. Or you can sell them at like offset positions, where continuation is more likely to the up or downside. So you can sell it like 48.65, 48, let's say 40, right? Or 48.35. Well, let's say 35. And so I will generally sell shorter dated condors at positions like this, because if price breaks from 48.50, it's more likely that it's going to push to test the site, like the bigger psychological levels at 25 and 75. And on the intraday, this makes it really easy to just pick up like a 0 DTE at like a test of 60, hold the DTE to 75, and then use the profit to close out the credit spread. Alternatively, hold on one second. So for sorry, I thought the Heat guys were here. They're not. 48.75. For these, I'll use like longer time frames, monthly or weekly. I'll choose larger, more liquid strikes. And the reason for this is because you can pull back the credit side of the spread and leave the other one to run. And generally, you won't break these levels unless you're moving into another trading range. And so you're a lot safer holding on to, you know, the call or the put, um, like moving forward, right? And so you can just like say you sold the 48.20, you can just close the 48.20, and then you leave the put open. The credit spread to the upside continues to decay, and then the 48.25 can like go in the money, and you're good. You're good. So that's two ways of managing them. You can like kind of box the top side. So say you sell say you sell like a 40 say you were to sell like a 48.60 today, right? 48.60, 48.65. What you can do is on a move up, you can open a debit spread and you can sell the 65 again, right? So this will be times two. And then you can buy the 48.70. I feel like you could just leave the bull bear signal chart up, zoomed out all day, and we can talk about yogurt. I mean, you're probably not wrong. Although we've got a little bit of a bounce here. There's been a slightly positive increase in delta, but we don't have a lot of support till down at like 48. So I guess this could still fail. From a momentum perspective, still slightly bullish. Correlation starting to turn around a little bit, which is not a good sign. Also, yields are coming up. Dollars back above 103.50. Ooh, dollar breakout. It did. Dollars breaking out. That could actually be pretty bearish. But we'll see how it goes. I would say it's still not going to fail yet, but we're getting closer to a point at which it could. Did TEP come back at all? Hey, look at that. Back to 180. All right, I think I want to reposition TEP. Tesla rejected on VWAP. How's that looking into earnings? I didn't get a chance to take a look at a few of these last night, so. Yeah, options interest on Tesla is still just falling off. It's still below delta neutral. I wonder if there's just enough call interest that we're just getting hung up on delta neutral. DN's at 213.29. But the next test, the next like options resistance below that is 154, which would be fucking crazy. Nothing positive there, that's for sure. VIX is getting stuffed pretty hard this morning. QQQ negative on the day now. S&P's not yet. Is oil's down today, so that won't be too supportive. Dollars at 103,612. Up against everything. Nope, down against the yuan still. 30-20 and the 10 are up. There's the 5 and the 2, but not as much. Delta's starting to fall off. All right, yeah. So this could still be a minute before we have enough momentum to break down meaningfully. But it looks like NQ has a little bit more. Like NQ could sell off a little bit harder than the S&P. That just looks kind of bearish, actually. Oil just went green. Ah, okay. Oil futures did, yeah. I think WTI is still down from where it was last night or yesterday. Yeah, WTI is still down a little bit. Green on the day, but down from its prior high. I think yesterday it tapped 75.30 something a barrel. And light crude. Check Brent. Brent's already almost at $80 a barrel. That's inflationary again. That didn't take long, right? Time to go long Zom. Longer Zom. Let's see. Zom bounced back up today. Back at 98.50. IWM's looking dumpy too. Yeah, Russell doesn't look so hot. It's a little closer to resistance than NQ is, though. Or bulb support. Options. Uh, That's a start, right? Oxy below 57, a decent entry. It's not terrible. Did Buffett buy again? Usually he buys around like 56-ish in that range. I have 3 words for you. Fuck this market. Yeah, okay. Those are well chosen words. What happened to BTC? They opened ETFs on it. Any idea why crowd decided to drop 2% today? Broader cybersecurity sector issues, just massively overbought. That's why I was shorting it. And people are like, "You're crazy, Gherk." No, it's still at my risk, though. I'll be honest. It's still at my risk. I'd like to see it fall much further. I think delta neutrals, and I'm not I'm not kidding. Delta neutral on this stock is like down here right now, so it's like massively blown out. It's at like 190 something, and then I'm pretty sure Gamma Max is somewhere around like 260. I'll double check it. Or I don't have that on there. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up over here. Do, do, do. Oh, Gamma Max moved up. It's at 299 now. That's actually pretty good. Where's neutral? So Delta neutral moved up to 2. Wow, this moved a lot overnight. Delta neutral 217, Gamma neutral 251, Gamma Max 299. So kind of where I have resistance there. Yeah, so DN's like, or GM's kind of at the trend. GN is like here. And then DN is down here. So just I'm kind of just playing the mean reversion, right? Back to gamma neutral. That's not necessarily bearish, right? That's just what we should expect with options interest falling off the chain after the leap expiry. Fucking market fighting for green as if 1 cent below prior close is Armageddon. It is, yeah. Gherk, my litmus test for trading on the days is if I can solve the Wordle in less than 4 guesses and solve the mini crossword in less than 2 minutes. Am I doing it right? That should just be how you have to open your brokerage. Like 2FA, but with puzzles. Like if you're having a muggy brain day, it just won't let you into your brokerage. I have 3 words for you as well. You're ruggedly handsome. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. It's been too long since you've said that. I was starting to feel neglected. I had a call credit spread open on crowd, but I exited yesterday, and now I feel like a dunce. Fair enough. It did gap up yesterday, which was frightening, right? The crowd April position still down. Hoping it keeps drilling. Can their CEO sell more shares? Possibly. Or the rest of the C-suite. Why aren't we going down? I thought DWAC and Fun were going to carry the market today. Why are we going down? I mean, there's just not like a lot of call side positioning, but we're not down yet. We can still chop for a while longer. I wouldn't even say we've burned through all of the up. Like I wouldn't even say momentum's significantly reversed yet. Are we gonna bounce between 50 and 60 all day again? Very possible. Three-factor authentication. Still need to make sure we're not a robot and have an email mobile number. Like every time you open your brokerage, it just asks you a random question from the Series 7. And if you get it incorrect, you can't trade for the day. Let's not do that, please. It's 4,800, 4,850, bear call spread, too greedy for Feb 16, asking for a friend. No, not necessarily. I don't think that's that bad of a position. I just have puts at 48.50, but I don't see anything wrong with a debit spread there. I mean, if we drop, your timing might not be very precise, so you might not make as much as you would if you just had a put, but a lot cheaper to enter, right? Welcome to Fidelity. To log in, please answer the following. If a $420,000 portfolio has 0.69 beta and wants to hedge, how many SPX puts do you buy and at what strike? That'll wake you up in the morning right alongside your coffee, right? You don't get market spot? It doesn't... $1.01 delta put. You'd have to calculate the dollar beta of the portfolio. And then determine like the equivalent SPX position. Maybe there could be a shush override. I don't need that kind of pressure to log in before I even start losing money. Well, that's the point. Is it you want to make sure that you're at your sharpest. Answer insufficient. Need SPX price. I mean, you can do it theoretically, right? Like you could take an SPX price. So you would buy one put contract, right? Because you need... So the beta of your portfolio is what, 290,000? Yeah, so you'd buy... I mean, you can't buy a fraction of a put, so you just buy one put. Regarding the 10-year and bank risk, is risk steadily increasing from 4 to 5%? Or is it a jump once we reach 5%? So right now, with the 10-year above 4%, there's about 1.26 trillion. Above 5%, there's like another 3.64 trillion of fair value assets that are at risk. Meanwhile, Robinhood will require to access your smartwatch to check that you have a pulse in order to trade options. My best days are when I'm feeling lazy, though. Can it not let me in if I answer it within 30 seconds? I suppose it could. Welcome to Fidelity. Bend over. You just get prostate checked before the market opens every day. Crossing 50 seems like kind of a thing. Well, there's some puts below 50, and they outnumber the calls, which is neato. I think when I was doing the explanation on the Condor earlier, I fucked up the debit credit spread aspect of it. If you had a 48, 60, 65, this would be the sold, this would be the bought. So you would buy another 65, sell a 70 to hedge it. Otherwise, it'd be inverse condor. Debit spreads on either side is an inverse condor. Credit spreads on either side is an iron condor. What do you think of Baba with news of $200 million buy-in by owners? I don't know if the $200 million buy-in matters that much, but the $280 billion Chinese stimulus package probably does. It's not at a bad entry point, but I think it can pull back after the gap up, maybe. If it pulls back here, I would look for an entry. If not, I would probably wait till a break of 75. There's a lot of sold calls at 75. So Either it keeps going up and breaks 75, and then I would maybe consider an entry there, targeting maybe like 85. Or I would wait till it pulls back under 73.50 again and enter down here. Try to remember though that if their stimulus fails, or they continue to get bad economic data and their indexes continue to drive down despite the stimulus, those positions could all be in the hole very quickly and overnight. So keep an eye out. Like if you're going to hold on to BABA, keep an eye out for big like Chinese economic news, especially PMIs, anything industrial production or employment related, and anything anything to do with their lending facilities. So the like PBOC announcements for the, especially the 1 and 5 year facilities. You think we've seen both today's high and low? No, I think we can go lower. We're just starting to pick up some downside momentum here. How can you tell where there are sold calls? Magic. Math magic. Dixie just yeeting past the 200 DMA. Yeah, Dixie's rising really fast, which is very bearish. And awesome. And also what I said would happen last night, because banks are going to lean into that carry trade. They're going to get that money. That's exactly what they're doing. Not because they want to, because they have to. It's beautiful, isn't it? Math chick? Yes, exactly. Large enough sample size, you can make assumptions, or just don't rely on that. Is the SPX going to choose violence? It's possible. Maybe like, well, not like a lot of violence, but maybe a little. I really wish NQ wasn't so fucking volatile. Hmm. Next downside resistance is going to be 46 and then 44 locally. Math check the profiting. The fuck is GME doing today? I guess I should sell my calls. I mean, what did you expect it to do today? QQQ is silly. It really is. Any chance of 48? Sorry. 48.25 today? Yeah. There's a little support at 40. But I could see us losing it. I think we kind of just need a pullback so that Vega neutral moves up a bit away from where spot is right now. Like we're just back below Vega neutral here. But you know, I feel like in order to move substantially higher, like 48.75, we need Vega neutral to rise. Because there's still no buyers, like no real buyers, which is a problem. Is NQ what's keeping us from dropping? Well, a little bit, or NQ will sell off really hard. NQ was trailing. It was underperforming. Now it's overperforming a little, but probably because oil's dropping off and it's a little less affected by that than SPX. GB options chain looks very good though. So many calls, so many sold calls. What makes you think those calls are bullish? This is the 2-day pullback I was talking about yesterday. You also said we were going to hit 47.85 or 88. Is there a CTA trigger number? Yesterday I said we hit 48.80. Okay, it's close enough. Which we didn't. So VIX is not going up, is it? Not right now. No. VIX probably wouldn't move up. Well, probably wouldn't move up substantially in this range. There's not a lot of sold puts here. I don't want 47.88. I need 47.88. What's your favorite income strategy for a 5K account? No more than 500 in margin risk for credit spreads. Probably on individual equities. Do we keep going down after this pullback, or did we bounce? What do you mean? We're in a super steep downtrend. We can get a little upside between now and the next like 40 minutes. But, well, maybe not now, but in a few minutes we could start seeing like a little bit of a bounce. This might retest the low one more time, or move a little lower, and then pressure should kind of ease off for about 30 minutes, and then more downside momentum would pick up. It may not though, because there's just not a lot of supporting calls. So it's possible that we don't find support. In which case we would start getting more volume. And I don't think we're seeing that yet. I think volume is still pretty low. So yeah, test down here at like the 48.75 level on ES, and then like small bounce, move over, and then maybe more downside after that. Look cozy in that jacket. I mean, it's like 27 degrees in here right now. You know what? I'm not gonna say VIX is dead. VIX is a fucking tank for all the shorting it goes through. We're gonna cheer for it like it's the underdog. You only got heat? Now the boiler in my building's blown out. I guess it was they said it was like running dry or something. And it overheated. So I guess they're replacing all the like the thermostat and all the shit on it. It shouldn't be, hopefully it won't be much longer. Surprised I can't see your breath. It seems like my dehumidifier is doing work. Yeah. At least your NVIDIA GPU is running cooler. Nice. I don't think the boiler ruptured, otherwise it would probably take a lot longer to fix. So the reason my building's so fucked up is because it's run by a co-op. So most of the people in my building own their apartments, and they have like a little board, and they get together and they meet on shit that they're supposed to fix. And the super's constantly telling them about things they need to fix, and they don't want to spend money on that. So we get a rooftop pool instead of getting the elevators fixed. The elevators, that elevator, the one that fell, is still fucked up. Like it'll stop like 6 inches short of the floor that you're getting out on. Rooftop ice rink. It's got a canopy or like a covering. How many years does AMD need to grow to hit valuations? 50? They need to like quadruple their revenue over the next 5 years. On positive guidance. I'm skeptical of the housing market numbers, so I'm selling my crib for science. Okay. Like a homeowners association, but for apartments? Yeah, yeah. Except they're responsible for the building's infrastructure. Whereas like, and if you own a home, you're responsible for keeping your own fucking house fixed. They've all taken on the responsibility of each other's apartments. We don't have these cold problems in the Middle West. Our nuts have already frozen and fallen off. Get an electric blanket. I actually have one somewhere. But I've also got like 2 pairs of wool socks on. So is positive guidance the same as zero guidance? No. Yeah, the heat went out last year too. There's usually like so the air conditioning system usually has problems once or twice every summer. And then the furnace usually goes out like once or well, since I've lived here, it's gone out once or twice a year too. I hope your pipes don't freeze. Not my fucking problem. Is the MM pricing in a big move for Tesla's earnings? I'd be surprised given how little options interest there is on the chain. Like Tesla has less options interest on it right now than it's had in a long time. All the Tesla bulls are running for Nvidia. Yeah, SSSS is like a hedge against early rate cuts. I would not throw the majority of my capital into that. It's kind of like a small position kind of thing. NQ took out yesterday's low and is chilling, waiting for ES to take out yesterday's low before both rally into the end of the day. I mean, we're not getting too much dip buying, honestly. There's probably enough puts below 48.50 to offset a little bit of the market maker dip buying, but I could see us bouncing or like flatlining out here and finding resistance against like 48. And then if we get more put accumulation during that period, I think we can start trending down more. That should be about where we're at right now. Yeah, we're right about at resistance 48, 49. Less than 33% like to viewership ratio. Let's go, people. If you guys don't mind. Do you think I'll get a better exit on AMD puts before earnings? I'm slightly down in an April position. I'm wondering if I should cut and wait or just grab a cheapish hedge for earnings. Well, if you cut them and wait a sufficient period of time and they don't miss super hard, you can probably get them back cheaper in a few days. However, if they miss, you're gonna be fucked. So I would say that if you bought them when IV was still pretty low, and your IV on them shouldn't be that blown out because you have so much time till expiration, that you could probably just hedge off your premium cost to the upside. Then you only get fucked on flat, and well, there's nothing you can do about that. Opex happened. Tons of options fell off the chain. I guess they did what they've been doing and just propped it back up. So it doesn't look like they've really done that. I think there's a lot of exercising going on from like the equity leaps and ETF leaps. But I think part of that is like holding us up in the settlement period. But I don't think it's bullish. Like I mean, at least yesterday, I didn't see any like bullish positioning come in really. right? Like total positioning trimmed down a lot, but no bullish positioning came in. If anything, there's some bearish positioning that came in, but not a lot to be kind of conclusive, right? Disliked, still 4,400. As soon as we break through a resistance, it no longer exists, right? No. Why doesn't China just do a USA and float the entire market with zero DTEs? I don't think their market can handle the additional volatility or volume. Why would SCX break all-time high and move on a higher level if we can't hold this level or move even higher? Well, I mean, part of the reason we pushed up was we had really strong charm flows out of like single stocks going into the end of last week on Thursday and Friday. But once those were gone, there was really nothing to push us up more. So like a lot of the move up was just like bullishness on zero DTEs and that like kind of positive pressure. But that was gone as of yesterday. And everyone seems to be pretty scared to buy too many out of the money zero DTE calls right now. So this is where we're at. It's not like there's not always a purpose, right? Like you break the all-time high and people just start buying calls because they're bullish. It's just euphoria. And it's not, it doesn't have to have logic or reason. I bought a king-size bed for the first time in my life, and now my wife and I will be in the same bed and not even know it. I can't wait. That's what you think. She'll just sleep closer to you in the same bed. I had an awful time getting back from Italy to the USA. How do I short Chicago O'Hare Airport or the city itself, long Citadel? How overvalued is V? It's not super overvalued, but it's up a lot. And yeah, there's probably a very strong bear case there second half of this year. I think as we start to see the consumer wind down and money velocity drop, we're gonna see V take a substantial hit. Do you think we head back over 50 before a further breakdown? It's not impossible. There's still a lot of calls at 50. I don't think it matters very much, but it would be more bearish if we don't. Like if we don't get the 50-55 test, that would be a lot more bearish. King size bed is not big enough. Trust me. The main thing that's missing from your thesis, Gherkin, is this is an El Nino year, and that's going to dramatically affect seasonal flows. All right, well done. At least her boyfriend won't keep you up. True, true. King size bed plus comforter divorced, i.e., two individual comforters, will change your sleep life. Wouldn't you just then buy two twin size comforters? Are these down like inside a duvet? That's a ton of blanket all over your bed. It's like climbing into a ball pit. I'm not a native speaker. No problem. Could you explain what you mean when saying printing a tail when you speak about auctions? Thanks, man. So what a tail is is when the high yield at auction is in excess of current spot, and the difference between the two, or the spread, is the tail. Now, a liquid option with sufficient demand should come in roughly at spot, or if it's got a lot of demand, below spot. And so an illiquid option where demand is low, which is, bearish, can print with a tail, which is that spread between the final price at auction, or the final yield at auction, and the current yield at market. Yep, that cleared it up for him. Two twin or queen comforters. You get your own comforter, and you can kick pull however you want without distracting the partner, or huddle closer with both if your heater's broken with flash freeze. This is a good reason to never ever sign any kind of legal commitment with a partner or significant other, because when they pull the covers off you in the middle of the night, you can call a fucking Uber and be like, get the fuck out. That doesn't mean you've ended things with them, right? But it's just simply you don't have to see them for a couple days. I outweigh my wife by 100 pounds. The blankets are mine when I want them. Can you confirm I've broken up with my last 4 girlfriends this way, and I'm doing fine. All right. I just stay on my yacht when I need to get away. I can't wait for Pi-Fi to marry the cat lady neighbor and have to take back all of his comments. No, that wouldn't. I'm not. No, I'm not taking back anything. I'm definitely not marrying my neighbor or anyone. Grabbing any more puts on the small bounce? Maybe. Not yet, but in a minute. I still think we have more minutes before this gets rejected and turns back down. So I'm kind of waiting. I'm kind of waiting for that. I also don't like that it's above 48. Although not substantially above resistance there. Just a little too high. I remember you said 30-ish minutes after we test 48.75 on ES. Yeah, it's like 30 to 45. We tend to get a little bounce there when momentum kind of eases up. And so the question on these is always, how high do we ride the call side on the bounce? And ideally this stays to the low end or below the 48.50 strike and doesn't break out further. Because if they break out further, then the next downside's not very substantial, right? You just kind of end up with like a double bottom. No, we broke resistance and it's gone. That's not how it works. Here, Iron Addict. I'll give it to you the easiest way possible. So Say the auction's at 1 p.m. Do you have a coat on? Because I'm fucking freezing. So I just realized I added liquid edible to my cottage cheese instead of hot sauce. Today is going to be interesting. Definitely going to be a bit different than if you just put hot sauce in it. Oh, who? What? Uh, make MQ do something? How? Call upon the Dans to dogpile on you and keep you warm. Not dump soon. Dump in like 15 more minutes or something. Right now we're kind of pushing on the peak of the weakness in the bounce, right? So bulls are going to try to short vol here and buy calls. Hopefully they fail and we don't go all the way back to like 48.55. Because if we do, then our next low is going to be kind of shitty. Enjoy the cold while you can. It's much warmer where you'll be going, home wrecker. Also, wind mod. Is there any vol left to short? Sure. Yeah, why not? Do. Crowd. Hmm. Huh. Hey Guac, my Vega 2Ds don't feel so good. Have you got them any friends? I'm back, so my Netflix spread is only down 18%. Did you say cut and reposition to a different date? 47 475 450, or just cut and wait for earnings to be over? I mean, you'd probably want to wait for earnings to be over. Or hedge, you could hedge off earnings, but you're still kind of far out of the money. So I feel like repositioning would be better. Not that it can't take on earnings, it could, but once that earnings IV is gone, you're gonna be in a worse position. I guess you could hedge with debit spreads on the upside. Okay, so that was cool. We didn't break up to 55, and now we're starting to get that little reversal in momentum that we were looking for. So now we might get like a more substantial downside move, or the start of a more substantial downside move. QQQ also kind of failed here, which is a good sign. Just to make it poetic, I played the Alternatives Era song as I bought a 2 DTE 116p on Blackstone. Do they have earnings this week? In Dante's Inferno, the ninth circle is a frozen wasteland of the worst traders imaginable. So actually, maybe PiFi's already there, Rims and Tims. Interesting. You think Beyond will dip to around 648, or are you thinking lower now? Let me take a look. I think it's gonna keep going down, but I'm just trying to see if 648's the target still. Under 620. I think under 620, it's gonna run into a bit more resilience too. Liquidity loosened up a little bit today, so someone sold. We're still above the put wall at 7. We're getting a good deal of shorting here, so I expect we'll see it back on Reg Show before there's an entry opportunity. I can't really do a spread hedge because my margin is used up. Like, there's no margin on a debit spread. There's no margin requirement on a debit spread. On the 25th? Okay. I guess my put is actually 3 DTE. Basically a YOLO. Yeah, why not get it closer? Guac or pickle? Neither, honestly. Guacamole's okay. I like fresh avocado better. I don't like it all mixed up with shit in it. I don't like them. I don't... Yeah. Beyond for a long-term hold? Oh god, no. No. It's not really a hope for a squeeze. It's just that as vol shorts pile in, they push the longer and longer, the underlying, and that creates kind of a feedback loop. So it can run really hard. I don't know if I mean, I guess mechanically it's a type of squeeze, but not like a short squeeze. It's just a gamma squeeze. Favorite food? Pizza. Without a doubt. Okay, we're back at futures 48.75. So this is where we want to see volume come in to get a move down. I think momentum favors it, so we should be in a pretty good spot. What pizza? My favorite is pepperoni. I like pepperoni on my pizza. No, no fucking pineapple. I also like sausage with peppers and onions. Spicy sausage though. Spicy pepperoni. Pineapple's disgusting. Well, on pizza. It's fine by itself. It's too wet. It's too wet of a topping for pizza. Way too wet. Why not use like something civilized like pear? Deep dish pizza is not pizza. It's just a soup bowl. Like soup in a bread bowl. What the fuck is white sauce? Ew, extra sauce? What? Why do you want your pizza so wet? What is wrong with you people? Gross. It sounds like a Midwest topping. What the for garlic parm? Just soup on prosciutto with balsamic fig reduction. Okay, I can see that. That's not so bad. I don't really like sweet stuff on pizza, but pear and gorgonzola with like caramelized onions, not too bad. Um, Fig and prosciutto's okay. Maybe some arugula, something to make it a little less sweet. Favorite cheese? Pecorino Romano. You ever try calabrese? The broccoli? Or the sausage? You ever have a buffalo pizza drenched in ranch at 4 a.m. after a night of heavy drinking? Nope. Pecorino Torino is better in every way. I don't think I've ever had that. It's just another type of Romano, but it's made in Tuscany and Sardinia. I've never had that one. Hmm. Well, here's our attempt at a lower low. I'd like to see that keep pushing because there's definitely some more room. How low could this breakdown go? 40? 40 has some support, but it also has more puts. And potentially, if it keeps trending, 48.25. But that might take a lot longer. Right now, 620, but that's changing every day. It's more muted and balanced, but for a snacking cheese, it's amazing. Oh, so it's just not aged as long? Is it like 3 or 5 months, something like that? I like the really sharp pecorinos. I'm not. Have you ever had Fulvi? Fulvi is like a softer, like a softer, nuttier pecorino. Sharp pecorinos can do calculus. Yeah, see if you can find it. It's real. I think it's gonna be pretty close to like what you're describing. It has like more. It has more butter fat, and so it's a lot. It's a lot less dry. and not as salty. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'll see if I can find Pecorino Torino. They might have it at like Italy or something. They'd fucking go there and overpay for shit. um, I hate that place. Do we have momentum to break 75? What? On what? Oh, on ES. I think so. I've never had chili cheddar. Position management question. PayPal tier 964C and sold 126.67 diagonal. Any tips? Close it all or hedge downside somehow? So 65 sold to 67. 64 sold to 67. I mean, you have a little bit of theta, but you're fucked if it bounces. Or if it doesn't bounce. So, I mean, the more it drops, the more fucked you'll be. So, you either need to hedge that off or get out of the position, I would say. I don't know when you entered. Maybe you're up a lot still or something, but Italy, we might as well go to Olive Garden while you're at it. It's not that bad. It's just overpriced, right? Like you go in there and shit that's like $2, €2 in Italy is like fucking $40. Yeah, their pizza fucking sucks. But they do have a lot of like they're like one of the only places I can find like guancale. $45 panettone. Why do guys name their junk? Pecorino doesn't sound flattering. Pecorini would be far more insulting. Check DMs. What do you got, Dork? The fuck is that? I see where your head's at. Hmm. Dirk loading up on Tootsie Roll 35 C's for Friday. Yeah, yeah. I named mine Thor's Hammer because you couldn't get it up. I had some crowd puts 290, 280, Feb 2nd expiry. I know the market's not yet bearish at all, but how does crowd look right now? Well, it looks like it got rejected on its high test. It's still trading. Well, it's just below Gamma Max now. So Gamma Max moved up to the upside. That's probably a slightly bearish sign. It's massively blown out. It's still like $50 from Gamma Neutral. So I would say it's pretty overbought. Not that that necessarily means anything, but I'm also short CrowdStrike right now. It's giving me halt chills every 25 cents. Hmm. And mostly a lot of call selling. Still support at 40, which we haven't quite tested yet. I don't think this buying's very aggressive though. So just like a small bounce. When will we run for president and make options data cheap? It never will be. Stop loss? I don't have one. On what? It's looking a little bit more bearish. It's not very significant yet, Andre. Reflecting on how meme QQQ 420 was, my god, we're so pumped right now. Yep. The only reason I haven't opened a credit spread or Condor yet is I'm out of day trades and I'm worried about the 2-year auction. It's a valid concern. If the 2-year prints a tail, they're going to price in a lot more negativity for the 5 and the 7, right? How was the 1-year auction? just flat. Yeah, plenty of bids on the 1 year. Bid to cover 3.05. Sold 50 billion. Will Yellen switch to selling duration real soon? Not until the RRP is drained. GME's not in the Russell 2000. Also, I don't think R2K is going to outperform anything until rates ease. Thanks for talking us through these moments. It's super helpful. Yeah, no problem. Do you think GME is being actively shorted now? Yes. Yeah, it is. Be honest, Gherkin, do you have enough puts? It depends on how hard the market drops. If the market were to drop to like 47 or 46, let's say it were to drop to like 46.50, like delta neutral, no, I don't. If it were to drop beyond that, then yes. Yes, I do. Is cumulative delta an indicator worth exploring? No, not really. Just look at OI. You don't need that. To your auctions at 1 p.m. Seeing they finally got red book numbers out. Looks like housing prices are up again. Yep. Hopefully we can take that out of the inflation measurements in 2024. Otherwise, it could really be a drag on markets. You know what? At this point, nothing would surprise me. $4,600 by when? It would have to be like by March Opex. Otherwise, I have to roll. Is AI dropping below delta gamma neutral? I don't know. I'll take a look. DN's at 2650. GN's at 2388. So no, it's not below gamma neutral yet. No, moist towel at. Like I said on Sunday, just make the CPI number 2. Yeah, there's so much less calculations to do, right? Maybe if we put all those economists out of work, inflation will just go down anyway. Was this a reversal? It's no, but it's a small bounce. We haven't had a lot of 1% days at all. Most days have been pretty flat because realized vol has sucked. That's like way below the average though. Popcorn. Is Upstart dead? It's below delta neutral, I think. Or below gamma neutral. So a little bit, yeah. I mean, Nvidia's falling, so sucks the liquidity out of it. I mean, we're retesting like the 4880 level on ES. I don't think that's gonna break up, but it could. Any idea why StarCraft's 2 lobbies are filled with economists? They don't have anything else to do. It's so weird. People talking about interest rates on the SC2 menus. U of M sentiment needs to be revised. Michigan just won the championship. Lions are in a playoffs and we're in negative 0 temps. We didn't care what inflation was at. God damn it. They're not surveying people in Michigan. I mean some, but they survey people everywhere. And QQQ is green. Yep. Doesn't take a lot. What a lame drop. I know. I haven't been able to troll yet today. I was just trying to get it all in at once. Feeling a lower high would be cool. I wish it would continue though. My problem with this is if it doesn't pick up some volume on this failure, we're probably going to stay flat around 48.50 until the auction. This is we're kind of running out of opportunity to pick up downside momentum here. So we want to see volume on this drop. This is a good start, but more. I recently got a CPI survey. Do I fill it out honestly, or just everything is just 20% inflated, so CPI come in extra hot? You know the answer, Tom. Do the right thing. It's not like he's gonna skew the average that much. ES got rejected on the 4880 test, but it hasn't failed yet. New lows, but slowly. That's not good though. We want more volume. We don't want like a low volume drop. If we don't get enough volume, we're just gonna get stuck to 4850 for another hour or more. 2 hours. Not using an NF5. Hack statisticians. When Mama Yellen selling 10, 20, 30s. Not for a bit. She just sold those like 2 weeks ago. Or started selling those. And not very much, right? I don't think it really matters what she issues, honestly. Like it might stir up a little volatility and stuff, but I think the net effect, it doesn't really matter. After RRP is drained, then the effect could be more important. But up until then, I don't think it matters what duration she issues. MMs are aggressive with stop loss hunts. I assume they'll do it with individual tickers more so. It's easier to control the price. I believe it. It's too late. We're already stuck to 4850 apparently. No, we still have a little bit of downside momentum. It's not gone. Future Gherk, can you tell us about the day when the USD JPN carry trade blew up? Hmm. It would be a real shame if Bears came in with some blocks right now. And by shame, I mean amazing. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. Hmm. That's NQ. Yeah, see, ES is still just fucking around with this 40, 47, like 48.75, 48.80 range. We need volume to fall further. And volume's dropping off really fast. It's not increasing. Although I will say, volume's also not increasing on the buy side, so we're more likely to stay flat than to bounce hard. I just don't like giving the bulls another opportunity. I want to emphasize yesterday's explanation of price oscillation being similar to orbital trajectory and options open interest being gravity wells helps me understand much better. Good. The NQ chart is flat out ridiculous. It's pretty fucking stupid. I guess I don't really care about the upside here too much. A little bit of put buying, put selling. Wait. No, put buying. Buy to close? Ah, day 2 of watching condors burn up. I'm not gonna lie, the meatball analogy yesterday was straight fire. There's an entire video on the meatball. What does the meatball have gravity now? How fast is that thing spinning? Pretty quickly. It's like a pulsar. You know, you have some engine nerds in chat when you have to explain resistance as space time. They aren't very strong above Vega neutral. No, it's a problem. We could still test 55, 60, but like it would require a volumetric push and it would probably fail. How do I make my coworker shut up? The dude doesn't even stop talking for a minute. I don't know. Earplugs? Yeah. Put in headphones. I just be like anytime he talks to you, just be like, sorry, headphones, and then just keep doing your job. Have you tried farting? I don't think there's any repositioning going on. Just not enough volume to the downside right now. We got the breakdown, and the momentum dragged us down a little bit, right? We got like a $13 move. It's not very impressive, but we're still kind of on a downtrend. Just a really good chance that we get locked up here. There's so much interest at 48.50. It's just gonna keep sucking us back in without that extra volume. Somebody needs to call the NYPD SWAT team and have them raid every bank and hedge fund office on Wall Street and have them save the risk desks from the bulls. My coworkers stop talking when I feed them. Hand him a ball gag and say, here, try this on. If the auction's gonna be spicy, they'll want it higher before then. No, sure. Like I said, they could, if they get some volume, they could push it to 55 or 60. But if they push it up too early, it'll fail. So probably we'd just stabilize around 48.50, and then maybe like 15 minutes before the auction, we might see a little bit of positive pressure. I'm not trying to do my job. I just want to focus on your sweet, sweet voice. Just do the headphone thing. Just be really dismissive and rude. It'll probably have a little bit more volatility, Yaga. Beyond getting seriously shorted, I know it's awesome. I have underwater bear spreads that I can close at 47.90, expiring Feb 16. Is it better to roll them or hope for a pullback? 47.90 on the 16th. I don't know if you need to roll them yet. I don't think there's any advantage to rolling them. You can probably just wait and see if we drop back down to like the lower 4,800 range. Are we going to be duct taped to 48.50 for the next hour? Distinctly possible. Yeah. If you were entering QQQ puts now, 421 or 22 strikes would be better, correct? I guess. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like if we're gonna get downside, QQQ is gonna fall under 420. So I just bought the 420. I'm not really interested in like trading the chop. I just want to catch a move, like a relevant move down, like a failure of the NQ trend. I'm not trying to like just trade the up and down side of VWAP. If I was, I would just use in the money. My coworker suddenly stopped talking to me and put on his headphones. Would you happen to know why? No. One of my coworkers just put headphones on while I was mid talking to him. So rude. Can we test the low before auction? Yeah, we could chop around here more between 45 and 50. That would actually be pretty bearish. If we end up to the downside of 50 instead of the upside, that'd be nice. I don't think there's enough puts at 45 or 40 yet, but I guess some could pick up. 460 Feb 29. Looks like I'm fucked. 460 Feb 29. I mean, you're really far out of the money. You were really far out of the money when the price was lower. But I mean, you could move it up, you could sell something against it, I guess. Probably would have been a good idea to have something sold against it anyway, since you were so far out of the money. Usually you want to try to hedge off some of the decay on positions like that. Like you could sell like a 470, right? When we're trading it like higher, and then if the market starts to confirm more downside, then you can just pull back the sold put. And if enough time has passed, or if you've sold a short amount of theta, you'll have already realized the profitability from it. And then if it doesn't, right, then you can roll out the sold put. Like, so if the market moves up, you can roll out the sold put for additional credit. And that way you don't take as big a hit. Jesus fucking Christ. This place is ridiculous. It's great. I listen to your sweet, sweet voice all day. Thanks, Grim, too. There's a lot of weird drama stirring up in my office around headphones now. What's happening? I don't know. There's two Dans behind the Wendy's I just got lunch from. One has headphones, and the other is talking to him while he, well, you know. Yeah, yeah. I know. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat before the auction fires off. If this breaks up, it can rip. 50-50, place your bets. Rip to what? What do you think it can rip to? Because I can assure you that it's not ripping unless we get some volume. And it's definitely not ripping upon breaking up. It needs to. We're at Vega neutral, right? Most we could do is like 60 right now, and there's put walls all the way up. Solid rip to 53. Yeah, I mean, buying out of the money options on this is either a really good or a fucking terrible idea. But I would say into the auction, we're pretty stuck. No, I don't think we're gonna test 40. We might fall to the like we might stay on the underside of 50, which is more bearish actually. But I don't think we're gonna fall to 40. We have too much support on futures. Like if the future strike was further away, then maybe we probably would have tested 40 already. But that fucking 48.75 strike on futures is really well defended. That just soaked up all the sell volume. I'm scared we're gonna spend every day between now and JPOW crushing RV. I hate it here. It's fucking awesome if you're selling condors. I say that with my finger on the trigger of 0 DTE puts. I will say that there's slightly more puts to the downside in a broader range than there are calls to the upside. With the exception of 50 and 55, which have a huge number of calls. So bears have a little bit of an advantage as long as we're not above 50, but not a huge one. At what point does your negative VIX correlation indicator create a singularity in the market? Well, it becomes more statistically relevant the more negative it becomes. How much more negative could it possibly go? I don't know. I mean, it's historically it's already at its it's already at its lowest point. I mean, yeah, I guess it can hit 100%. I don't think that's mechanically possible, but mathematically it is. I think something would break far before, like by the time you had a negative 100%, like 100% negative correlation between VIX and VIX futures, I feel like the market would already be crashing at that point. Like that's just yeah, I don't think so. Someone in the pickle jar DM me and wants to ask if you're shirtless under the hoodie. I was told not to say who it is. Are we breaking 45? Yeah. Boo. Crimsy will be so disappointed. I know. I think we probably just say stuck at 45. Or there's more puts at 40 than there are at 45. Like theoretically we should have a small ramp that pulls us down, but it's not doing any work. Also remember that the MM's buying, and so
The strength of downside interest is only relative to how much the MM is buying the dip. Mind showing me that neck again? I'll just DM you. I still have a fucking scar on my neck from where that bitch scratched me. Jesus Christ. It really shows up on the camera. It doesn't look that bad in real life. Good neck tendon is not bad to see. I've given up on the shirtless thing. Thanks, Grim, too. Don't act like you didn't like it. I didn't notice it. Radioactive fingers? Nope. French tips. If we print a tail, will the MM need to hedge? I don't think so. Probably not a lot of risk off, like upside risk off behavior if a tail prints, because the MM's already long Vega here, right? Scar on the neck, less pain than the heart. Don't talk about Carl's wife like that. No, I don't like dogs because when I was a little kid, this guy's fucking dog bit me. And then they're also just stupid and they follow you around too much. You know, you're like dogs are like I I think of all dogs as being like, you know, the dog in the like 40s Warner Brothers cartoon that like follows the other big dog around. I don't remember the dog's names. One of them's called like something really macho, like Brick or something. And there's another dog that's like always just like hopping in circles around him. And he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Are we going to do this?" And like that's how I feel like dogs are all the time. Yeah, like toddlers. Like they don't leave you the fuck alone. They're for people like dogs are great. They're a great pet for people that really need constant affirmation of something's love for them. Butch, it was yeah, okay. Like if you just need something to tell you it loves you all the time and is totally dependent on you, get a dog. But those are my least favorite personality traits. What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we selling zero DTEs? You son of a bitch. Don't remind me of Devarama. Getting a submissive spouse works well too. Sometimes you can get both. My dog is supremely cat-like. If I sit on the same couch, it gives me a look and goes to a different couch. That's a rarity. That's why I got a cat. She couldn't care less if I exist, and it's perfect. Yep. Also, if you die at home alone, they'll clean up the mess. I like dogs. When I was on summer vacation, when I went on a kindergarten playground and went to a wooded corner where dogs chased after me. Not 100% sure but I think I pissed myself. It's probably scary as a child. I almost forgot, my girlfriend and I spent 20 minutes doing centaur pillow talk last night. We decided that centaurs cannot have rock hard abs because they cannot do sit-ups. Also, they have 2 hearts. Nope. Just one really long, large intestine. It's pretty much colon from the back all the way to the front. Colon and muscle. And then all the primary organs are in the top half. And I know this because there's a movie that has centaurs in it. One of the centaurs struck in the heart with an arrow, dead. The human heart, just dead. And you'd think if it had 2 hearts, it would just lower its blood pressure a little bit. Centaurs also have 2 rib cages. Yeah, but the second rib cage just protects the colon. My uncle had a German Shepherd that always chased and herded me as a kid, nipping the whole way. Scared the fuck out of me back then. My step grandparents had like a 17-year-old German Shepherd when I was like 6 or 7 that would follow me everywhere, and he wouldn't let me get in the pool. Like if I tried to get in the pool and no one was around, he would just like bite my clothes and drag me. He was a cool dog. I liked him, but I still don't like dogs. He also let me ride him, which was awesome. It was like having a horse. Roosters are just tiny, like, velociraptors. They're fucking assholes. It didn't save my life. I knew how to fucking swim. He was just a prick. You don't like dogs because they're narcs? Dude, that dog would have murdered for you. I don't know about that. I only knew him for like a few months. Roosters are awesome until a hen goes broody, and now you got a bazillion baby chickens running around. That's why you keep them separate. Otherwise, your eggs get gross. I will say that if I had to have a dog, it would definitely be like a shepherd or something. But you can't have those in the city. That's just cruel. People who keep big fucking animals in their apartments are assholes. There's nothing worse than a sexually frustrated cock. Do you have predictions for this particular auction? No, and I think there should be enough liquidity that we don't see a tail. But if we do see a tail, it's going to be very telling for the rest of the duration being sold this week. German Shepherd's overly attached to one person, and if anyone threatens them, they'll go nuts. I never got threatened by anything, so I wouldn't know. Thoughts on 400 June 17 Vega? VIX is low enough. It might not be bad. I don't know how much those have. I assume it's kind of close to 1. Give me a second. I have to look at the contract. It's on SPY, right? It's 400? Wait, is it on SPY? There is no you mean Jan 17? June's the 21st. June 21 for okay. So zero point 0.3 Vega. It's not terrible. If you have a few of them, it's probably, yeah, it's okay. It's okay, vol sensitivity. Something like 420 or 430 would probably be a little better. Maybe like 425, actually. 425 is really nice. A little pricier, but quite a bit more Vega. 410. 15s. You know, the 420 isn't bad. Let's go fucking... $150 DTE. If you were gonna do 400, I'd probably want to go out to like September. And then they're kind of pricey out there. So I kind of like the 420 a little bit better, but the 400 isn't bad. Like, it's okay. You need a little bit bigger of a move in vol or a bigger drop in price, but like the 420 will pick up it'll pick up delta a little bit faster. Is this distribution? No, because nothing's really closing. Otherwise I would say yes, but yeah, we're not seeing like out of the money calls close or anything like that. I think we're just chopping. I see 3.8 Vega on that contract. The June 21? Looks like 0.37. Well, it's, yeah, maybe yours is rounded. Would a QQQ Vega position in June be around 360, 80? I got stopped out of 340s a bit ago. Hmm. You could even do like 350. 350, 360. Also, QQQ has higher volatility than SPY. Also, the moves and volatility on it tend to be a bit larger. If there's no tail, what would you expect it could happen into close? Could we see a new high for the day? Sure. No tail or flat are kind of different outcomes, though. No tail or under are different outcomes. If it comes in under, that's going to be kind of bullish. Flat, I don't think it's going to make very much of a difference. And then a tail would be slightly bearish. You're making me want to buy more puts. Does that mean we rip at 1 p.m.? We're gonna be back in this situation again. Okay, so Vega neutral is where we're trading, right? It's like right at the money. Um, we can on a large amount of volume move up, but it's not sustainable. If anybody starts selling puts, or they run out of sold call liquidity, it'll just fall right back under VN, right? They're pushing the long vol. You guys remember the last time this happened, and we just traded flat for a really long time. This is similar. Are you still bullish, assuming we close at or above where we are now today? No. Until I see more accumulation of position. I mean, right now, today, I would say things are slightly more bearish than they were yesterday. Very, it's a very small, almost imperceptible shift, but we're still not seeing a lot of like out of the money call side accumulation. I also remember them selling too many puts, and we dropped like 50 BPS in one candle. Yeah. It pisses off the market maker. They don't like that. It's not a good not a good system for keeping the price up. So you need real buying, real liquidity, and the market's kind of devoid of that right now. Will earnings dump Tesla? I mean, Tesla's been dumping. It could dump more, yeah. I don't know what their earnings are gonna be like. Probably mixed. Sales are up, but their sales weren't. I know they lost a lot of ground to like BYD in China, which isn't good for them. Musk is being a raging moron right now. And I think he's still demanding that the board give him a bunch more shares after he sold all of his. So he could buy Twitter. So there's a lot of management issues there. I think they've had a few other problems recently, but I don't know how much those will weigh on earnings. I mean, at a baseline, auto sales were up in the final quarter of 2023 a bit, right? It's just a question of how much is Tesla a beneficiary of that. Yeah, I would buy the rounded contracts instead of the dividend adjusted ones. He should have used a firm to buy Twitter. I don't think he ever really wanted to buy Twitter. I think he just wanted to make an offer and then get out of it. What do you think about Buffett helping BYD move into Mexico to try to sell EVs to the US, circumventing US sanctions, and further strengthening China economy versus the US? I mean, I don't really think it strengthens China's economy versus the U.S., but it is a route to getting Chinese EV into the U.S. consumers' hands. Although that doesn't mean we're going to buy them, right? There's a lot of other steps besides just get the cars here and people will buy them. It's not quite that simple. But it is a route through NAFTA. But then they're still gonna have to get through like all the like highway tests and all of that before they can move to market, and that's a pretty long process. Are you stroking your cat? Can't wait for HBS case study on Twitter purchase. Based on my experience here in the Bay Area, Tesla is the #1 car company of all time. Every fourth car I see is a Tesla. That's definitely not true across the entire country. And those are old. If breakdown to 4840 happens in 18 minutes, 4825 likely. We have to lose 40 to get to 25. Why the fuck would anyone want a Chinese car? I don't know. Why the fuck would anyone want Chinese anything? And yet, look at Amazon. Yeah, Hertz is selling off a bunch of the Tesla fleet they bought. This is a secret stock I was tracking that had insane FTDs in the past but didn't squeeze. Now it's ripping because of partnership news. Are you interested? I don't know. Does it still have insane FTDs? They said the same thing about Japanese cars back in the day. True. But Japanese quality control and engineering standards are very different than Chinese ones. Even culturally, like there's just big differences in their whole manufacturing process. BYD are not very good cars. I think they're on the low end of reliability. So are Teslas. Never mind. Americans will like them. Yeah. People don't care if they lease them, right? Hertz sells any vehicle when it hits a certain mileage or year. These are all brand new. They're selling all of the brand new Teslas they just bought and moving to more gasoline powered vehicles. They bought all the Teslas like 6 months ago. It was a big purchase order from them, and then they're selling like 75% of the ones they bought. So it's not that they're selling them because they're old. They're selling them because they don't want them. The cost of maintenance is too high. They were pretty upfront about why they're selling them. Teslas are awful for rental cars. Who would want to worry about where to charge their rental when they're in an unfamiliar area? Well, also servicing areas that don't have any charging infrastructure is an issue too. They're selling them because they're expensive to fix and because people keep crashing them. I do know that they're selling so many of them that it's driving down the price of used Teslas massively. Shouldn't they have factored in cost of maintenance would be kind of like knowing your profitability margins? You mean thinking ahead? They just got out of a bankruptcy. How much do you want out of them? How many monitors do you have? And how much of it utilizes stocks? 3? 2? I only have one deli slicer. That's just like a little one. I want one of the big ones. Isn't but I would need to put it like in a house. I don't want to live in a house. 10 minutes to auction time. Yep. I'm gonna go check out my food. I'll be right back. Rice cooker is taking forever. Teslas are selling in Australia, but there aren't many of us. Not really great for cross country drives there either, huh? Not a lot of charging infrastructure in the middle of Australia. Not a lot of anything in the middle of Australia. Can I come over next time and make some cheesesteaks and slice up some ribeye steaks on your deli slicer? I promise I won't clean it afterwards. Thanks, man. I've used it for that. For a rice cooker, when you add water, do you do it with a set amount of water or do you use your finger to determine the correct amount? First knuckle on my finger. They're building it. Not same like already there though. I just sold 0 DTEs yesterday and today for condors. How deep can you get your first nickel? Up to the third? Do you sell pointsy delta iron condors on SPX on chops like this? So no. I, I sold mine kind of like at the money on the top side, and then I sold like I broke up the entry instead of selling it all at once. Yesterday I sold it. Well, I kind of broke it up a little bit, but not as much. Yesterday I pretty much sold it all at once. I already answered that. How do you get your third knuckle? I don't know. Elbow? I just rejoined. Welcome back, Popcorn. How deep can you get your elbow? I'm not into that. That's that's a kink where people want to be eaten. What's that called? It begins with a V. Vor, yeah. Those people are different. Cannibalism. Thanks for giving me time to mute the stream before you mentioned Vor. I see people have to watch the Arnie Hammer documentary. As a friend, probably your best friend, I wish you would work out more often, quit vaping, sleep more, and give us the secret DDSDD once and for all. Is that too much to ask? It's not time for the DDSDD, and only pigeon whales get it. You guys complain about $4 stocks. I'm not talking to you about stocks that cost $300. My last girlfriend broke up with me because I told her I wasn't into vor, and somehow I wasn't meeting her needs. Women, man. Looks like I might need to upgrade. Also, glad you didn't deny the best friend part. No problem. The beauty of a parasocial relationship, tankerific, is it can be whatever you want it to be. Hey, look, a vertical line before the auction. Yep. Just like you said. Well, I said they could pump it before the auction to about 55. It could have been slower. I mean, they really They really pushed it right to the last couple minutes. Mm-hmm. 2.365 before the auction. Or 4.365 before the auction. Fed bid 0. I can be purple. I can be nurple. Back to the part we were talking about beyond. It's not a lot. If it's not a long-term hold, but it could run really hard, is at least worth holding a little while longer. I don't know what your cost basis is. Do you have shares? Are you selling cover calls? I really, 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 really hate QQQ. That's fair. Bid to cover 2.57. Ooh, that's low. I don't know what the fucking bid is yet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a tail or not. It hasn't updated. Bound Upstart in 12 and sold CCs on that. So, I mean, this isn't Upstart. It's way more liquid. 4.365. Okay, so no change. That's not really anything then. Although the bid to cover is a lot lower, which is kind of interesting. What now? Back to 4850? That's a distinct possibility. Stagflation's gonna stink so hard. I know. Enough to retest the lows today, or is it likely range bound? I mean, even our lows today were range bound, but maybe. I will say I don't see a lot of positioning, just at all. Like Delta's kind of just flat right now. I guess it's slightly like falling off, so we're getting like a little bit of a dip in the call buying after they bought a bunch of calls to pump it up here. I guess we could see some long side profit taking at these levels since there's not a lot of upside call interest. Yeah, maybe we'll see, calls take some money off the table. If they do, then we can drop again. Otherwise, yeah, there's a very good chance that we just sit at 48.50. All right, I'm gonna go see if my rice is done cooking. I'll be right back. Next time I'll set up a camera in my kitchen so you guys can watch me cook. No, I made like gochujang rice and tiny dumplings. Or like gochujang chicken and little miniature gyozas. Some fucking spicy chili sauce. Amazing. Do pigeon whales get a bidet cam? If they really want it. I mean, the auction shouldn't be overtly bearish, but the bid to cover for the 2 years is awfully low. Which means a lot of people don't believe that it's at or near a terminal rate. Oh, the dumplings from Costco? H Mart? Low bid, low demand. Bidders think rates will go up before down. Yep. I will say that the dipping sauce that I made for these dumplings is fire. So why no down? Well, in all fairness, we're not up any higher than we were before the auction. Wait, is this a cooking channel now? Always has been. Okay, here's what I don't understand. Is there a follow-up to that? And is that open or closed-ended? Jen, for the chili oil, go to Whole Foods. Get the Momofuku sweet heat. It's just a jar full of oil and hot pepper, but it's delicious. PMI flash crash tomorrow off of S&P PMI? That'd be crazy. I don't have time to make my own chili oil. Momofuku, like David Chang, yeah. That probably works too. Do you have gyoza? Do you know how to make them? You can buy them. Trader Joe's sells them. They're okay. Or if you have like an H Mart or something near you, they'll have better ones. Momofuku, not Co, whatever. Actually, I don't like his restaurants anymore. I used to a lot. But I think as he's become like a bigger and bigger celebrity chef, his restaurants have kind of, I mean, that always kind of happens. But yeah. I think these are Korean. Like these like little tiny ones. I don't know. Did he? I can make the pork ones, but I usually buy the pastry ready made. Yeah, it's a lot easier. Although it's not that hard to make. I don't think downs are canceled. I mean, we just got a rejection and a lower high, so we're pretty far from seeing any significant downside momentum. But on longer time frames, it looks pretty bearish. So it may be that the overarching trend takes over. I made it all myself. Well, I mean, the gyoza were frozen, but I made the rice and chicken myself. When my wife makes dumplings, it's a whole morning or afternoon thing. Both kids will eat them though, so it's worth it. It's a super time-consuming process. How did you make a chicken? I had some fried chicken in my fridge, and I took it out and I threw it in a pan in the oven to crisp up a little bit, and then I made a sauce with gochujang, honey, a little bit of soy, rice vinegar, sesame seeds, and scallions. Tossed it in that and threw it on top of some rice. I don't know if TOS will negotiate with you unless you have over 1 million with them, but if you do, you could probably talk them down to like 15 cents a contract. It sounds like an awful lot of work when there's a kava 10 minutes from your house. It probably took me less than 10 minutes. Like, I washed some rice, threw it in the rice cooker, threw the chicken in the oven, came back, mixed up some sauce, threw the gyoza in a pan. Boom. Working out equal to time invested. You also had to, do stuff. Fuck that. But it was delicious. An egg is a chicken's period. Well, I don't know if chickens really have a period, per se. I stand by it. Sometimes, Gaff, you want to use the fried chicken that you made 2 days ago before it goes bad. And I was like, oh, I can heat this up and put it on a sandwich. Or what I did. What rice cooker do you have? Cuckoo. It's absolutely not its period. Chickens don't have uteruses because external eggs. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Don't throw away food. Oh, I throw away a lot of food. What's your favorite food? Pizza, by a long shot. Thanks, Dave, for ruining my menstrual fetish and quiche. Chickens don't have periods. They don't have a uterine lining because they have no uterus. Also, you guys do know that girls don't pee out of their vaginas, right? Are there any other common misconceptions that we should address while we're here? Wait, what? The clitoris is real. Puts are same like shares. Then why have I never seen it? Unliked, unsubbed, etc. Shill. Thanks, Riley. FFs, just move it along. It's fine. The lost ones are too far gone. They can be saved. Can she get pregnant if she swallows? No. Best stock stream ever. You just don't get stuff like this on Bloomberg. New York. I like New York pizza best. Neapolitan second. Third, Detroit. Fourth, the Chicago like flat pizzas, like the not the fucking deep dish ones, the flat ones. I don't know what they're called. Do you know the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? I've never had a garbanzo bean on me. Ha! Gherk, women have 3 holes. YouTube instantly demonetized. No, New Haven's at least number 9. I'd rather eat. Okay, that's not true. All right, I'll give New Haven number 5, but I'd rather eat Pizza Hut stuffed crust than eat their charred fucking coal covered pizza. If you guys ever accidentally ingest any household chemicals, go to New Haven and have a slice of pizza. The best pizza I ever had was from a gas station in Beaumont, Texas. And by that, I mean it gave me food poisoning. Aren't we due a good run on VIX? At some point. Or is this just completely uncharted territory in the era of zero DTE? No, I mean, VIX has been lower historically before. It wasn't as heavily shorted as it is now back then, but I thought it was, I wouldn't pay to have a garbanzo in my mouth. You know, either way. Have you not had good New Haven pie? I've eaten at all of them. I've been to Frank's, I've been to Modern, I've been to Sally's. They all fucking, they're all their, well, yeah, all of their pizzas are dirty and covered in coal and burnt and floppy because their hydration and their dough's too high. So it's like a big fucking wet mess covered in burnt coal. Nice. Great pizza. You guys act like it's some like fucking amazing testament to your cooking ability to put fresh tomatoes on something. And if I ever have to hear somebody say fucking motts to me again, I'm gonna smack them. I'm gonna smack them right in the fucking face. I don't care who they are or about the assault charges. It's worth it. Nobody should ever speak that way. It's got a full fucking name. Who hurt you, man? Are you okay? I'm better now. I got that off my chest. I don't want to need to special order my pizza to not have it covered in dirt, okay? I've been to the Prince Street in Little Italy. It's not as good. Although Prince Street isn't as good as it used to be. They used to be near the top of my list, and now they're just acceptable because they're in Manhattan. They're called banana peppers, and I'm tired of acting like they're not. I saw you give out a recipe. Was it eggplant parm? No, dipping sauce for gyoza. No tail, so more sitting at 48.50. Fucking looks like it. Yeah. I'm hoping maybe we get a little bearish momentum into the end of the day. Did DeFares go downhill? The guy died. Yeah. I mean, it was already going downhill for the last, 15 years, but it's still not bad. It's a hell of a hike to get to it. And then, you might fucking just not end up getting any food when you go there, which also kind of sucks. Um, Spumoni Gardens is pretty good. That's kind of out there too. Grimaldi's fucking sucks now. I've never liked whatchamacallit, Rose. I can't remember the name of it. Nah. Best pizza ever was some corner shop in New York City at 4 a.m. after a late night meters show sometime in '96. $1.50 for a slice as big as my head. Late night New York City slice for the win. There was this place I used to go to. It was a Ray's Pizzeria, but it was like the original one, and I think it was on 12th Avenue and like 13th. Um, and they were like my favorite pizzeria growing up. And it wasn't part of like the Ray's chain. It was another. That's like a whole fucking thing. But they closed. I think before the pandemic, even. How hard could your eggplant recipe be? Just flour the eggplant, shallow fry, bake with sauce and mozzarella on top. No, it's far more complicated than that. That's how you get gross eggplant parmesan. How do you like your pizza? What style? I like New York pizza. Did they replace the Italian immigrants with Mexicans? Everywhere. There's all the Italian immigrants already made money doing that. So that's the economic cycle, right? Like immigrants come in, they open small businesses, they make money, then their kids go to college or the Jersey Shore, and then their kids definitely go to the Jersey Shore. And that's the American dream. Jiggly just served you a soggy eggplant parm. I know. You forgot Ray's original famous. What do you think about school style square pizza? Gross. Like Elio's? That shit they used to serve in cafeterias? It's disgusting. I just want 100K and a Panda Express next door. That's 10 ports. I steam the eggplant for 4 hours, microwave it for 5 minutes, and then soak it in barbecue sauce. I hate you sometimes, Dork. Where do you project SPX for the next 30 days? How would you feel about 4850? That's 100 ports, you wild man. Oh, is it? Shit. I will tell you this much. I don't brine the eggplant. I don't soak it in milk. I don't salt it. The bitterness is part of what makes it good. I don't want to extract any nicotine from my eggplant parmesan. I want it all in there. That's what makes it addictive and delicious. Where are we going to close? There's a very high chance that we close right here. So I had a Zojirushi rice cooker, or Zojirushi, and I accidentally scratched the, like the little pan. So, and I couldn't find a replacement for it, so I checked it, and I got a Cuckoo rice cooker, which is pretty good. And they're Korean, I think. But I like it. It's got like the smart settings, so you can cook like brown rice or sushi rice, long grain rice. And it's got like a pressure feature, so it cooks at the exact same speed that my prior rice cooker cooked at, actually. I wanted to say something nice about that, but it really didn't change anything. Do you say chucked it? Do you mean recycled? No, no. I mean I just threw it in the trash. Someone may have recycled it further down the line. I don't know if you can recycle them. Brown rice makes me constipated. Okay. Maybe bring a jumbo maxi pad to Frank Pepe's and wipe the charcoal off it, you big wussy. How about you don't cook your fucking pizzas in the dirt like a troglodyte? Recycle? This is New York, sir. Yeah, I don't know what these people are talking about. I didn't throw it on the ground out my window, so I did the responsible thing and put it in the trash. If you leave old appliances on the curb, someone will recycle it for you. In the UK, they call it pikey degradable. You like dags? To be fair, depending on the time of day, throwing it out the window of the ground would have likely landed in a trash pile. So you could have saved some time. True, yeah. But my window, like my apartment, doesn't face the street. I have a gorgeous, well, out of most of my windows, I have a gorgeous view of the side of another building. Um, and then out of one window, I can kind of see the Hudson if I get on top of a stool and like lean really hard to the left. It's like, yeah, but river views, according to the fucking real estate agent. It wouldn't have been any different if you just threw it out the window. What's it gonna do? Pollute the concrete? I mean, you can kill someone. Although I've seen bags of trash fly out of windows 7 stories up in front of me as I was walking down the street. That's more in the Bronx and Brooklyn, though. Narrowed it down now, Pickle Man. Gaff, if you wanna hang out, you can come over. I promise I won't stick you in my freezers. I already live somewhere that's not ghetto. What do you think of brown rice with 650 beyond CSP is? Sounds crunchy. Guac, I don't think we're going down anytime soon. Nice. Any tips on selling CCs on underwater beyond? Obviously, I should have sold them yesterday or this morning. But should I now wait for tomorrow for the conclusion of T2? Um, I mean, what's the worst that happens? You get assigned? I think the waiting, the consistent waiting that you've done has already fucked you quite a bit. If anything, at that point, I would probably, I would personally probably try to go in the money and hedge off some of that lost delta. But up to you. It's being shorted pretty hard right now. I don't think it's gonna stop going down just yet. Would you ever move out of New York? Sure. I saw a ladder slide off a scaffold like 3 months ago. Almost took out the windshield of a taxi, but the strap saved it and it slammed against the post. Thank God someone from the union went around and checked all the straps that day, right? Could Upstart have a little T+2 action? Not if Nvidia keeps falling. How much? I don't know why you would want to play Oxy. I can't think of a worse stock to pick to play the upside on. Why wouldn't you play something with like crude exposure, like USO or ZOM or Valero or Chevron? Oxy's for CCs, right? It's for buying and holding. I mean, sometimes you get some chances to sell CCs on it, but I can promise you they're not impressive. The options on it tend to be illiquid. They don't pick up a lot of volatility, and its exposure to runs and crude is not that great. Like all of the things I just named will all run harder if crude prices rise. CSPs on Oxy can be okay. Mostly the options market on it just isn't all that liquid. And its volatility is usually really low, so. But if you catch the bottom of like a big short trend, then yeah, CSPs aren't too bad on it. Are we going down at any point today? So probably, but not. This isn't probably going to break down for like another 20-25 minutes. And then the question at that point becomes, are we going to have enough time to realize like a bigger breakdown today? And maybe, but also possibly not at all. There's simply just not a lot of volume that isn't getting soaked up at like futures 48.75. If we broke through that, then yeah, we might get some downside momentum. Otherwise, I think pretty flat, maybe some volatility at the end of the day. But NASDAQ broadly is all kinds of shit. NASDAQ 100 is mostly tech. It's got some other stuff in there, Costco, things like that. But if Trump wins in New Hampshire, we inanely run tomorrow, right? Innately? I don't think that matters. Is there a chance we might see a test of 65 by end of day tomorrow? Sure, it's just not very good. Why do you keep asking me about the upside? Are you holding dead calls? Like nothing looks very bullish on the options chain right now. And if we did break up and test 65, it'd probably be in the pre-market and we'd open below it like we did today. There's just not like a lot of calls out of the money. That could change, but Vega neutral's still at 48.50 and that's not going to change. BTC looking heavy. Yep. Are they coiling the spring for higher move, killing vol, or closing positions, or all three? Well, they're killing realized vol. I don't see anything coiling for a move higher. because there's really not a lot of calls being sold near the money, and there's not a lot of calls being bought out of the money. Although that can just come on the back of zero DTEs. But the biggest problem is there's like mechanical resistance at 50. If they sell puts and try to drive the prices up, they're going to push the long vol. So like right here, we have a chance to break out. But some dipshit's going to sell puts on the run and push the long puts, and the MM's going to hedge it down, right? It doesn't have to end. We could just do this for like another week. Yeah, if we went down, then VN would move up. It wouldn't be so pinned. So a pullback would help. That would open up more upside range. Stop showing VIX. Why? Positionally, 50, same like Jupiter, 55, same like Mars. Yeah. Any bear financial sector ETFs come to mind, preferably non leveraged. Just short like equity groups or banks. Like pick a bank or an equity group and short it. Why would you use an ETF? How much of the VIX short is sold calls? I think quite a bit actually. But they're not very close to the money. Most of the calls being sold are being sold pretty far out of the money right now. Not comfortable with options yet. So you want to just short shares of an ETF? I mean, the same applies. You're gonna get better returns choosing wisely amongst the financial sector. Even if you split up your exposure, than you will shorting just a broad ETF. I have no idea how high DWAC can go. I don't have any options data on it. I know you can get rug pulled if they issue shares, or if their warrants hit their whatever their fucking strike is. So those Feb calls versus puts or SAX like 20 to 30% more expensive on the call side. Yep. Volatility is really low, right? So My firm got murdered today. Hey, BTU's up. Hmm. All right. A little bit of the call side push falling off here. Maybe we start to get that momentum flip. Still a little early, but nice, man. Congratulations. Volume kind of picking up on Futes a little bit. It's still kind of shitty though. Volume will pick up a lot more if we break through 48.75. Although actually, you know what? Honestly, if we break through 48.80, we might see volume on futures pick up a little bit more. Hmm. I kind of want to sell some calls on Amazon. When's their fucking earnings? 2 weeks. Well, next Thursday. I know Tesla earnings are tonight. Is my phone in my kitchen? Ah, 1 second. Netflix tonight? Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to worry about that then. Hmm. All right, give me 1 second. Why did we go green into the auction and then we haven't dropped off yet? Elon really needs some good earnings, doesn't he? Yeah, positioning on Tesla's pretty bearish. I've realized that I'm excellent at losing money. Don't try to play price action like this. There's just really not a lot of money to be made. It's not worthwhile. It's better to just like sell shit if you can. When you have this low a volume and realize volatility, it's a lot better to be on the sell side. If we close near 48.50 today, what's tomorrow going to look like? Probably a lot of the same. I think we have some more data tomorrow, so that might move things around a bit or shake things up. But do we have PMI tomorrow? Yeah, we have PMI tomorrow. So PMI could be kind of a big deal because we have composite and services. And then we have a 5-year note auction tomorrow, and it's pretty big. So that could be important too. Maybe the 2-year FRN. Does the change to seeing sold calls showing up more on the chain indicate we're at or very near the top? I mean, if it indicates anything, it indicates that bulls aren't afraid of selling calls. But they're not selling them very near the money, right? And that's why we're seeing Gamma Max continue to move up, as they're selling a lot of out of the money slow calls, which still means that there's like a big liquidity gap between us and more upside. So like, you know how we were unable to fill the all-time high for like that 2-week period and we kept chopping around and we get rejected off of it and we'd move back. It wasn't until we got like a really big pullback and like a multi-day pullback that upside push was even possible. And that was, and the upside push had a lot working on in its favor, right? There was just a shitload of single stock charm. There was a lot of zero DTEs. That's all gone now, though, right? Those options have fallen off the chain. They're not being replaced rapidly. A lot of people are, we have a lot of exercising going on and probably still settling out from over the weekend because a lot of those single stock names, are up 30, 50, 40% on the year, right? And those leaps that were bought last year were deep in the money. But as that kind of fades out and that settlement reaches its conclusion, then you have a lot of people that are up in a still relatively uncertain economic environment, and they're going to be left with at all-time highs, right? Above where they were 2 years ago on those positions. And considering selling, right? I mean, that's why you get like cup and handles, right? Is you move up, and after all this time, the people who bought here, right? They sell. Because they've been holding for this whole period with no upside, right? So remember all those people have been holding since like end of 2021. They've been underwater this entire fucking time. 2 years later. And then you have people who bought the bottom of Jan in 22, right? And they bought leaps, and those leaps are, they went in the money months ago. and now, now they're converting to shares, or they're closing those leaps, right? And they've got to decide, am I going to buy back in here? Am I going to keep holding? I mean, these valuations are ridiculous, right? Like, there's no one's denying that the valuations have far exceeded any rational measure. Um, but that's a tough choice, right? If you're up 500% on a Nvidia leap, it's not likely you're going to roll it forward into another one. It's a new bull market, new opportunities where AI still hasn't even made money yet. Nobody's made money off of AI. Fucking Nvidia technically hasn't even made money off of AI yet, right? Because they still haven't delivered all those chips. Can you imagine what it would be like if they did? Yeah, super bearish, because they're never going to make the amount of money people expect them to. That's called selling the news. You won't be notified when Nancy sells her calls. She's probably already closed them. They don't tell you when they exit positions, only when they enter them. That's and they take such a long time to do it. There's no way of knowing. Like, all of the, like, senators and Congress people push that, like, reporting all the way out to, like, its limit, and then they get extensions, and then they push it out past that, and then they finally tell people about their position. But it's just like 13Fs, right? Like, 13Fs aren't a reliable measure of how a hedge fund is positioned, because they don't fucking report their current positioning, right? They're reporting, like, when you get that report, you're getting, a glimpse into where they were positioned in the past. And there's like fucking two people that the SEC has money to keep on board to even verify if those are accurate, right? So, I mean, they could just lie, and I mean, they won't. They're heavily disincentivized from lying, but they could, and probably nobody would catch them for years. How do I short Sam Altman? I mean, puts on QQQ. I was talking about this with JFresh last night. Like, Nvidia, and AMD, even Microsoft and Meta to a degree, are are so heavily priced forward that any miss is catastrophic. I mean, look what happened to Netflix at the end of 2021, when and all they did was report a reduction in expected future subscribers, and it dropped like 25 fucking percent overnight. The same thing will happen to Nvidia if they miss. If Nvidia can't, because those earnings, those expected earnings are priced in, any negative guidance, any miss on their top line revenues, and every institutional fucking sell and leave everybody a bag holder. And then if they miss twice, the stock will really tank. Just lie, problem solved. Keep lying. Sam Altman's 5'6". He's already short enough. Did you Google Sam Altman's height? Does Sam Altman sound like Elizabeth Holmes? Probably. Well, similar. Because so Nvidia can report all of these orders, right? But eventually they have to start filling them. And I mean, besides the fact that they're very likely to run into production hurdles down the line, um, given that they couldn't manufacture enough consumer GPUs to fucking keep their GPUs from being sold on the black market during the crypto bubble, right? You think they're going to be able to manufacture, hundreds of thousands of H100 cards? No. They don't have their own fabs. They're just a customer of TSMC. What do you think about Netflix buying WWE rights? I don't know. Cool. I don't know if that's going to get them a lot more subscribers. I don't give a shit. Do a lot of grown men watch WWE still? So they're going to do more non-GAAP earnings to reflect growth, like someone who flunked out of school and hasn't told their parents for 4 years, and now they have to attend graduation. You think Sam Altman's announcement that ChatGPT is working with TSMC to produce their own AI chips will steal market share? No, because I'm not. I don't really think that's going to lead to anything unless they have like architecture for the chips, which I don't see how they could have developed in a few months, given that it takes fucking years. Then no, unless they're just buying Nvidia chips and sticking them into something else or AMD. Altman's promising a pie in the sky. Holmes made people eat that pie and said it's going to cure everything. Can we please not talk about Elizabeth Holmes and eating pie in the same sentence? At least TSMC are reinforcing the narrative that unit sales are through the roof. Sales are, but how's production going to meet that? And then when those contracts aren't filled, right? They're going to have clawbacks. Nvidia is going to start coming out with timelines to produce these chips that are 2-3 years out. They paid $5 billion for a 2-hour show because they bought the rights to Raw. Hmm. Everyone's developing their own chips. It's still gonna take. I mean, you're telling me that in one cycle they're going to match Nvidia's like 15 years of development in one architecture cycle? Bullshit. Even Intel can't catch up at those speeds. And they have way more fucking resources than Sam Altman. Their data center revenues are what matter. Don't forget that they also repurposed all of their inventory at some point during the last 3 quarters. That 1.6 billion of fucking 4090s just sitting in inventory in a warehouse all of a sudden disappeared. Need 3 pounds fresh Idaho potatoes, 2 gallons of canola oil, fry at 450 for 3 minutes or until golden brown, lightly salt. Wrong kind of chip. If SoFi actually makes money this year, you and everyone else who's ever invested in it. The problem with SoFi is they need to make a lot of money because they promised such great revenues, and their revenues aren't bad. But they kind of overpromised and underdelivered. And now when they're meeting prior expectations 2 years too late, no one's really excited about it. What's your thoughts on why they let so many illegal migrants in? Is it money? What? I mean, they're not illegal if they let them in. That's the definition of legal migrant. Um, no, we need somebody to come soak up the inflation. And our labor market's rock hard. There's just not enough of us. We need more people working. You can't have infinite growth without it. I mean, you can't have infinite growth anyway, but the boom bust cycle gives you the appearance of it. So apparently we also bombed Somalia 2 days ago. I'm upsetty spaghetti. Oh no, your alma mater. What are you gonna donate? Have they reached out via the alumni network? Why don't we just use NVIDIA chips to make soft illegals? They tried, but it all gets blocked by my spam filter. Well, let me know if there's anything I can do. Infinite growth is priced in. How do you get it priced out if it's going to get priced back in? Generally, rapidly. It prices out rapidly, and then hope picks up again at the bottom because things are cheap. I think I'm opening a resort in Somalia. Would you help? No. No. That's why I chose Djibouti. QQQ about to dump? I hope so. I have too many puts on it. Gherkin, I missed. It's on the ceiling. What did you miss, Carl? Are you wearing a coat? Because it's a hoodie, first of all. And no, I think the heat's back on. I'm just still wearing it. He missed Djibouti? Oh, was he not here for that? He would have loved it. The capital of Djibouti is Djibouti. It's Djibouti City. Djibouti is just the world's petrol station. What better place to set up a truck stop? I'm here. What did I miss since Monday at open? Well done, Jay Fresh. The capital of Somalia is anarchy. It's Mogadishu. Haven't you ever seen Black Hawk Down? Do you own a pair of Tims? Somewhere. When was the last time you wore them? 2007. World's greatest truck stop with an international Wendy's. Exactly. How's Puto Eye looking? Kind of the same. I guess below 45, it's kind of burning off a bit, but there's still some there. Oof, DWAC just destroyed a lot of Wall Street bet regards. Or did it just like flash crash 20% or something? It does this every time, and people always fucking chase it. Oof. Youch. Yeah. That's a big red candle. No, but I had a FUBU hoodie. That was in the great before time. Mogadishu is the name of the lion in the Lion King. That's Mufasa. I only ever had one pair of Jenkos. My mom wouldn't buy them for me. Sometimes I would get a pair of like Lee pipes, but only one pair of Jenkos. Why do you start wearing Fubo hoodies on stream? Where would I find them? No, that's the animated movie with King Julian and all the lemurs. King Julian's my favorite animated character ever. It was pretty awesome. What about Mort? uh, Another 55 test? Is asking necessary? I don't know who played King Julian. That was Sacha Baron Cohen. That makes sense. I've found a King Julian soundboard, and I want to. I really want to see your QQQ puts prompt. I mean, it'd be cool. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it would be cool. QQQ would have to dump 50 BPS though, which I don't see happening into the end of the day. Dear God, please no. There's a little put buying that just happened. It's the most boring fucking day ever. All right. I think if the next breakdown doesn't get any volume, we're just gonna close at 48.50. The celestial metaphor needs changing. 48.55 is a black hole that will swallow up all the planets with its Lizzo-sized gravitational pull. Don't sell too many puts. More red vines. Yesterday was worse. Yesterday was better. We at least had a few like larger swings in the early part of the day. Hmm. They're at least being effective at bringing VIX down through all of this. I don't think they're selling a lot of puts. I think they're selling a lot of calls, though. Are we on BTU? We're not. It's VIX. It was BTU a little while ago, but hmm. Ooh. Push. Hmm. Hmm. Did you close either side of your overnight straddle today? Yeah, both. The bulls are selling out of the money calls, as you mentioned. What happens when they buy them back? Well, that could push price up if price had been pushed down by them at all. But really, all it's done is push VIX down. So, I mean, VIX would probably rise. Oh yeah, I don't think this pump's gonna last. Or at least it doesn't look like it's going to yet. God damn it. Ooh. Okay. I think calls will start to sell here. I think some already are. I'll buy another one of these for $1.50. That would be awesome. $1.40? Yeah. To 52. 51. 1 second. Back. Ooh, they're selling so many calls. Sold puts, sold calls? The fuck? Everything about this is obnoxious. I don't know about that. This might be the only opportunity to play any position for the entirety of the fucking day. Oh, sorry. Where did you find these? Fubo has a store still? I thought they went out of business. Do you see any Opex runners? Some of them ran yesterday. Gherkin buying puts by all of our Wall Street bets, aka Wall Street, is buying calls because there was a green candle. But Vega neutral, dork. Mean reversion. Yeah. So maybe buy another one. Yeah, I should buy another one. They've crushed realized vol so much, $4 out of the money puts are $1. Like, what the fuck? 65, 65, 65, 65. Will it into being? Nah. Hey, where's that one guy who was worried about his 60 calls? Andre, did you get. Are you up? I'm now of the opinion that 99.99999 of the all price action of the entire fucking US stock market is directly tied to the degeneracy that is SPX zero data expiry options chain. It's beautiful, isn't it? How close are they to that magical sold too many puts? Now the hedges line depends on if they keep trying to sell puts here. Did you see them try to push that breakout? That was a mistake. They shouldn't have pushed that breakout. We make it a $3 downside move. That's all I need. Anything going on with Tup anytime soon? It went up like 5% today. Looks like it's on its way back to $2. Oh, they're trying again. This isn't looking so sexy, Dirk. What? Your puts? You should buy more of them. You were saying? Close above 48.60 today? Possible. Fucking mad lad. If this reverses, stock god, back to Vega neutral door, can I make 6 grand? $48. If we reverse back to 52, you'll make like 2 grand. I want to go to 48. That would be $3 in the money at 52. These are 55s. Do you see how cheap they were? They went down to $1, dork. $5 out of the money and they were $1. Yeah, those are 55s. They're so fucking cheap. They hit $1.11 at the top, which was $5.29 out of the money. It's almost time to re. Well, Gherk's incredibly long, Gamma. I'm not toe ringing the 55. I'm gonna stop these fuckers out the first chance I get. Nobody on futures is buying anything up here. Ooh. Dude, where the fuck is the volume? It's only 308.
It was dark.
This push still has juice. Very little. They've got to keep shorting vol, which is going to push the longer and longer puts. It's just a question of where. What's the high from this morning? The high this morning was 58. High yesterday was 69. The puts are still not being priced down that much. Well, they're not being sold as heavily as they were. There's a crazy amount of delta. Yeah, it's an early pump. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think they squeeze out the 60 sold calls. But there's not like very many of them. Were those future sellers that dick slapped us on Friday? Higher, I think. Like up around like 4,900 on ES. Hmm. $315. Oh, I know the QQQ call puts are big dead. Big correlation chart thing is going to be negative 100 tonight. It's actually lower right now. It's at 4308. It was higher yesterday. Call selling. Dumps into close are illegal since we bounced on October 28th. That's not true. We've had a few. Where does the MM want to close? Around 52. 52 to 54. I wish they would sell more puts. Where do you want to close? I was kind of expecting towards 50. Between 50 and 55. Under 450, 48.50 would be kind of crazy, I think. All of the calls are in the money there. $65 is a resistance on the longer term time frame also. Big block of 65 sold calls. 65.70 sold calls. It's so weird. Fucking weird end of day price action. 48.44 was today's low. Yesterday too. A gap at 40.39. This drops to 48.50. I'm gonna pigeon wheel tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I'd be pretty happy with that. Is the closing projections tight enough for 30 minutes to X3 butterflies today? They're really risky in this range. We're too far from where the MM's positioned because we would fall back. If we fall back down, you get blown up. It sounds like they're getting smarter and selling calls to squeeze instead of puts. Maybe they watch your stream. I think they're buying back sold calls. I think that's what drove us up. And now I think they're selling more of them further out of the money. Can the licorice guy start inhaling good old red sticks, please? Asking for a friend. Will not see 4,800 by the end of the week. Is there a class on how to become a bull? Just buy calls. Buy calls with theta. So selling calls counteracts the VN put selling. They're not selling a lot of puts. Now they kind of are a little bit, but they weren't selling a lot of puts. Hmm. Ooh, future slipped resistance. Still not a lot of volume on the sell side. Probably need to fall back below 48.90. 48.92 right now. Hmm. I think 62 is where the starts to hedge long vol. Look at RSP tanking. What's QQQ doing? It's kind of falling off. IWM's falling off. Futures volume's picking up a little bit. Looking for this to push into a range where we find future sellers, which is going to be below like 48, 48.90. Because if future sellers sell off into this, it doesn't have a lot of support to the downside. A lot of 48.50 calls closing. Yeah, I know we got 30 minutes. Momentum's just starting to shift on the longer time frames. Flattening out on the 15, turning around on the 5. Hmm. I'm kind of interested that there's a battle at all. This last like 30 minutes have seen more volume than we have in the last 3 hours. Less, almost less price action. Down is illegal. Yeah, I know. But that out of the money, like, delta is fading fast. Nice clean caulk lines. I feel like I'm almost as good as a zero DT going $10 in the money. Let's not talk about zero DTs going $10 in the money right now. You're welcome, baby hands. Congratulations. Hurry, someone play the bull song. Fed now back up to 46% chance of rate cuts versus 40% this morning. On what news? Whoops. Bank failures in Q1. A2 counterparties, 621 billion at reverse repo. Come on, give me my volume. I'll put holes in this one too. I would like to say my iron condors would definitely prefer a close under 48.60. IW, I'm still slipping. RSPs finding support. QQQ. Didn't move much on that volume. QQQ has got a long way to fall back to VWAP though. testing 48.90 on ES right now. This is where I think we need to punch through to get that futures volume. That's equal weight S&P. So let's you kind of see how much. If you look at that and like QQQ, you can kind of see how much support is, you know, in breadth versus just tech pumping. Oil's coming down too. Oop. Just starting to slip it. Let's fucking go. Oh, don't go for the gap fill. I don't have time for that shit. $60 is too big of a saucepan. We need to yeet our meatball. Hmm. Ooh, RSP about to break through VWAP. Oh, maybe they don't fill the gap. Where's the bips? RSP's almost red on the day. What's Dow doing? Nope, losing fucking 60. Futures are pushing through 48.90. A little bit of volume. A little more volume. Let's fucking go. Buying calls, selling puts. Not a very good strategy above VN. I know VIX is trending down. That's because they're selling a lot. They're selling a lot of puts now. Well, they're selling more puts now. Uh, hmm. You expect S&P to open down tomorrow? No. Where's the fucking gap fill? Son of a bitch. Down to 15 minutes. My wife came down right when I was setting a stop. Would you cut 48.51 DTEs or let them ride? Hmm. I don't know. When did you buy them? Are you up? Done like 50% overheld. I mean, it's kind of risky. So failed breakout here on the downtrend is really bearish. If it fails. I mean, you could. It's not absurd to think that we could retest like 40, 45 tomorrow and you'd go in the money. But I don't know if that would offset your cost enough, especially not if you're going to eat the overnight decay. You might need it to go in the money your entire premium, which could be rough. Catching falling knives in real time without registration SMS. I mean, this is the breakout of the downtrend, right? So it's like getting that gap fill started it. But if the 60s take, whoa, a lot of profit, um, yeah, it can fail really fast. VIX ticked up there. A little bit of volume on QQQ. But only 12 minutes. Come on, break away from 60. Is Gherkin about to get his sweet, sweet redemption? I'm probably about to get blown out. Hmm. Slapping the fuck out of the bid on futures. This is getting so old. Yeah. It does that. Why did this target? There's like not a lot of interest here tomorrow. So they're buying the 60 for tomorrow. On the 70. But there's nothing at 55. 45 is negative. Gamma flip at 48.12. That's so weird. They're trying to close it like here into the morning between like 60 and 70. They're buying a shitload of both of those strikes for tomorrow. So some actual delta, which is why the put selling isn't throwing the market maker off. No, the MM doesn't want it here because even with the call buying at spot, like there's nothing below it, and that MM's still like kind of pinned all that big interest at 48.50. So trying really hard to push to keep it away from that, but looks like they're going to be successful because they're not going to stop buying here. Lamb. They could bounce it overnight into those positions. Probably easier. What'll probably happen here though is after market close, they'll stop buying. They'll stop hitting the bid so hard, and then the MM will just dump it back down to like 55 or something. Yeah, right around 55 looks like where they want it. That would have been fun though. What's the point of all this? To not have it close lower? Try to squeeze out some of the sold calls to the upside. Green Day. Yeah, to take your money. Exactly. It's looking more like the Gherk line rather than the JFresh line. To be fair, JFresh did want his line to be completely flat. Drop $10 in 3 minutes? It's very, very unlikely. They are buying the fuck out of the Delta into tomorrow. I didn't do well today. I barely traded today. This is like, these are the only 2 trades I took all day. They both sucked. I sold some condors. I know you said you won't wear a Fubo hoodie, but would you wear a cat hard hat? Also, no. I do have a cat shirt somewhere. No, I don't think it's the MM. I don't think the MM wants to be anywhere near here, honestly. I think they would have much preferred price pinned back down at like probably like 55 or 50. Right in between there. Even for tomorrow, the positioning is really weird. It's like 60, 65, 70, and then 75, and then it just like drops down to 4,900. But then on this side of it, there's like nothing. The gamma to the downside of 60 is pretty flat. I mean, that might be why bulls want to keep it from falling. Like a call straddle. It's just all calls. Ding ding. I would say most of the out on the money shit probably is sold. A lot of the like vol crush into the end of the day was sold calls. They weren't selling a lot of puts. If the brief period where they were selling puts was like right here, and they started to fucking crank the price down because of it. And so they stopped selling puts like right around here, and they started buying like 1 DTE 4760s. Holy shit, did I sell those contracts for 5 cents? Got $50 back. Woo. Yeah, we'll see what happens in after hours. Maybe futures is gonna push and retest the trend. It's pretty close. I don't see why not go for it. Dollars back towards 103.60. Yields are still up on the day too. Just weird, super grindy price action. We got correlation almost back to where it was in July. Leaned a little bit on the carry trade today. End of day saw the forward yields on volatility turn down a bit. I don't think that's accurate. This actually ended up closing the day a little bit lower. I don't think VIX futures moved down as hard as, yeah. So VIX futures down a little bit less than VIX, which is kind of what starts to turn that around. 3-month VIX also not down as much. USD JPY still pushing up today. Yeah, I could see us retesting that in the overnight. I think we have some international data tonight. We've got PMI flash out of Germany, EU, Britain. They got a 15-year German bond auction. Some EU auctions, 3 and 6 month. And then tomorrow morning, 15 minutes after market open, we have S&P composite flash reports for PMI. Well, we have PMI manufacturing services. And we have a 5-year note auction tomorrow at 1. Interesting. So it closed at 40. So it's still closed below the 65 strike. Anyway, so slightly higher high today. Still lower than we opened on Monday by about like $3, but not much. We're still above Vega neutral, so I wouldn't expect any put selling to continue to drive VIX down, but there's still a lot of call selling going on. If that call selling somehow provides upside liquidity, we'll squeeze those calls off, even though they're largely above 4,900. I don't think it'll be that hard to bridge the gap, but it may be kind of hard without some actual delta. So it'll be hard to do it with 0 DTEs. Oh yeah, we have Netflix earnings tonight. Netflix up 5% on the post market. Have the earnings even like have the okay, EPS 211, 219. Okay, so they missed on EPS, beat on revenues. Interesting. I wonder what guidance is going to look like. Fubo usually does really well in after hours when Netflix runs, but I don't think it's doing all that much. It's up 1 penny. Those aren't crazy returns. That'll probably tone down with guidance. There's a bit of resistance on Netflix at 500, so I know there's some sold calls there. Paid users up is the bull case right now. Okay. Looks like the bull case is fading really quickly. But that's good news for streaming services. They've been falling behind a bit. Like up to pandemic levels or like still at 2-year lows but slightly up over the prior quarter. No, I think Netflix is really far from taking Tesla's place. It's like its total capitalization's like 215 billion. We're down for GME. Now Opex is over. I mean, it's not over. There's still tomorrow morning, but yeah, it kind of looks like it. It doesn't look like there's going to be any additional covering. I mean, they haven't even shorted XRT that hard yet. So I would say probably. Streaming services solution was let's turn our model into cable TV model and sell ads. Yeah. Well, that was kind of inevitable over time, right? The more demand there was for licensing, the more people were going to charge, the more extravagant the pricing was going to get on a month-over-month basis. And so in order to maintain any semblance of competitiveness, you've got to find a way to make your monthly subscriptions cheaper. And that's really the only way to do it. If you stream on a CPU, they can't block it. Interesting. All I ever hear is how everyone's canceling their streaming services. Yeah, I always hear people talk about that, but then everyone is always like, those same people are like, oh man, did you see this thing on Netflix or HBO? Or I think a lot of people just cancel shit and then sign up for a different one, but they always have one going at any given time or more. I mean, I have like 8. I have ones I pay for I don't even fucking watch. Down at a global composite release, if services are contraction, if there's contraction in services, PMI will be devastating. I use my dad's Netflix. It won't work on the TV, but I can stream from Amazon and my computer. Also, internet TV is getting more popular. You get all the streaming stuff and live TV. I gotta cancel Verizon to try T-Mobile. They have worse service, I'll tell you that much. Holding my 484 puts on SPY overnight. Let's ride bears. Maybe. Wow, we really just followed that upward trajectory into the end of the day. Something else I wanted to look at. Tesla getting a little lift. How's QQQ in after hours? Why the fuck is QQQ down? Netflix up. Oh, because Netflix is just rapidly losing ground. Okay, never mind. That was interesting. RSP kind of looks like shit. All right. See, so Upstart's still floating a bit above gamma neutral, I believe, and still above delta neutral. I don't know if this really found like a floor today. I know it stopped dropping when Netflix or when Nvidia finally turned around, but it looks like Nvidia's falling back down in after hours. We're gonna start seeing like a lot of these Mag 7 stocks pick up a lot of short calls here. Their vol's high, and they're all like at major psychological resistances. I know Nvidia is already picking up a shitload of short call interest at 600. Netflix was picking up a lot at 5. Tesla's picking it up a lot at 225. I think Apple at 200. Meta was at like 375, I think. Maybe not. Or maybe that already got squeezed out. I haven't looked at Meta in a couple days. Microsoft at 400. And if that builds up enough, that's gonna push the vol down on these single stock tickers and drive the dispersion trade apart. Which maybe what we're seeing right now with vol is that they're kind of trying to keep index vol pressured down despite the drop in single name volatility. That's not gonna last. So we'll see. But as far as positioning tomorrow goes, looks like call side straddles have largely entered and strangles. Not much on the put side yet. There's a lot of interest at 60, and then everything else is kind of choppy. Just not a ton of I guess 50, 60 are for the strangles. And then there's a little bit of call interest, 70, 75, then that breaks down. Not a lot of put interest below 50, not yet. And then there's a call wall still down at 40. 40 and 25. So some downside protection at 40 and 25. Straddles and strangles between 48.50 and 60. Those will persist because the data comes out after market open into the morning. Now, if the German EU PMIs are really bad, which Germany's definitely should be, but if EU's is also really bad, we might see dollar spike in the overnight. And if we see dollar spike in the overnight, we may let's see. So dollar 103 could push up to like 10 maybe back to like 103.60 to 75. I think if we see dollar move back to like 103.75, we might get a lower open, like back closer to the 48.50 mark. Texas Instruments 1 quarter revenue forecast misses estimates, sees revenue 3.5 billion to 3.75, estimated 409, EPS 96 to 116. There've been a few misses so far. Even Netflix half missed. So I think their guidance is going to be a stronger affirmation of where that's going to open tomorrow. Would you wear a Tupperware t-shirt? No, I don't like wearing branded shit. Who's still buying scientific calculators? They're a microprocessor manufacturer. They don't just sell calculators. They're definitely not selling $3.5 billion worth of calculators a quarter. TI 83 plus sales in the toilet. Weird that these companies were supposed to have 12% growth in quarter 4. Not a good look, especially if Tesla misses tomorrow. That's gonna weigh on expectations. But remember, nothing's really gonna matter until we hit like the big 3, right? Till we see like Apple, Google, or Apple, Microsoft, Google, or Apple, Amazon, Google. 4, big 4. If you had a microscope, what would you examine? I don't know. Nothing? All right, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I'm going to write that up tonight. Probably a little later. I'm going to trade futures for a bit. Later, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.